When looking into ancient interpretations of comparative religions, religious principles, religious stories, legends, myths, fairy tales, all of that, one of the absolute best modern advancements is to look at that on an archetypical level. This was Jung's contribution. It takes all of the rancor out of these things, all of past disputes, interpretations, misinterpretations. Let's not forget that. Just because somebody can write a book or a book becomes definitive for a time amongst certain peoples does not mean that it's definitive. It's just it was definitive for them at that time. And they got it wrong. A lot of people get a lot of things wrong. A lot of people got a lot of things wrong. And that's one of these things about damned books. Is what did they get wrong and why and how? And then looking at it from now the standpoint of an Olympian, Mount Olympus level of clarity in a lot of these matters, the synchronicities that we can establish based on an overwhelming amount of data that moderns now have, thanks to the tireless, intrepid, multitudinous endeavors of civilizationally inclined people around the globe now going on for centuries. Since a lot of these original books or takes were written down by people living in ancient times, most likely not under the absolute best conditions. Just think even of the kings, right? The pharaohs of old, all of that. How much comfort do you think they had? Did they have the ability to send a message across the Mediterranean within the blink of an eye? An image, have a video conference? Did they? Well, maybe they had it in the spiritual world, but maybe not in the physical world. But that's neither here nor there. That we have that capability doesn't mean we're going to use it for good things. You can pick up a hammer and smash something with it, or you can only use it for the thing that requires the hammer. Then it is good. You need to nail a hammer or drive a nail home. There's a hammer, there's the nail. Isn't it great to have a hammer when you need to do that? But you take it to your chess set, you take it to something intricate, you take it to his history, you take it to psycho-sociological economic analysis, your hammer might not be sufficient. That tool, that book, those bunch of perspectives, those ideas, those incriminations, those hatreds. How about this worldly, extremely vulgar and hateful worldly aims and contentions and this and that, and I want this, but I'm better than you, I think, and so this is the way I'm going to try to prove that, but deceiving you or tricking you or busting my way in and taking something over and then turning it around in a bad direction. There's just so many little awful, terrible games people and groups of people get involved with, which is essentially what a lot of people understand politics to be, which is this just insipid vulgarity that just comes up every time. Which lizard gets to snap the fly out of the air with its tongue, even though all of them are shooting for the same thing? Oops, the ones that missed it, I guess they were the losers. It's a zero-sum game. Look at them go. Oh, here's another very useful concept. Neurotypical and neuroatypical people. Oh, what a wonderful device that is. That's just so wonderful. That just makes such a clean break between the vulgar common pathogenas and then those not like that. the rare birds in this doomed day amongst us that fly over the immense catastrophes that unfold on a daily, minute by minute basis in post modernity is what they came up, these monstrous fools came up with this term for themselves as an inside joke still being played out on people. A time bereft of meaning for the common pathogena outside of material concerns, because there is no religion, it's all hooey. And these crazy books out there, they sort of add to that impression, because here's the thing, just because it's a book doesn't mean it's not a whole bunch of nonsense. Or a little bit of nonsense mixed in with a lot of otherwise nonsense. Because a lot of worldliness is nonsense. But don't tell that to rom-com publishers. They'd be out of business tomorrow. Look, a lot of business of the world is just complete nonsense. And yet, how will we get through it without a little bit of nonsense? A little bit of nonsense goes a long way. Look at these people that have believed in nonsense for generations, and they're going to stick to it no matter what. Because the people back in the day that they think they believe in, that they got it all right, and that's unquestionable because they're dogmatic like that, because it gets them to where they are, which is nowhere, essentially. So with a lot of conceit and a lot of unearned positions that's based on a lot of hooey, finally. Some of them see it that way, at least. The honest ones do. But be that neither here nor there, good religion, how do we know it's good? Well, it gets good results, internal results, spiritual results. The worldly manifestations are purely up for randomness, chance, forms and conditions. What the Buddha said there is indisputably the truth. So having that, you see how we can take things, we can mix and match things, we can say, well, if that is true, then ergo people that don't see it that way are wrong about it, deluded. And so then how many people are deluded, or how deluded are you right now? To what degree do you think? Especially if you think of your conditioning. What has been conditioned in you, how you've conditioned yourself to see certain things as being tragic, when in fact, it was nothing at all. It was a teaching story, a way of gaining insight and wisdom on the high noble path to enlightenment as the gateway to a good existence, not just in this life, but in all of the lives to come, in all of the intentionality, in all of the relivings of lives, in all of the manifestations of life, all of the mind moments of life, all of the metaphysics of life, metaphysical explanations, archetypical metaphors without any taint of worldly rancor or vulgarness or anger or delusion. The three defilements, we also take that from the Buddha. Or is that not true? I think it's very easy to just admit it. Just admit it. Things are made up of things. And the human spirit has greed, ill will, and delusion inside. Or let's just say the spirit. And it is accurate to define them as defilements. And so what do you do with defilements? We produce defilements all the time. Right now you could spit. Your spit is a defilement. But it did serve a purpose for a time until it became a defilement. But if we were just to focus on our defilements and focus on the terrible things, what is being produced? Your lovely food you ate, where is it now? Well, it's a defilement. Nobody wants your food after you've eaten it. So what do you do with your defilements? Are you going to spread it around? You're going to keep it in your little egoic diaper? Or are you going to remove it and not see yourself as a defilement? Because that would not be the point. Look at how much of life you would be missing if you were just to be focusing on defilement or on the worldly, taking the worldly KPIs as the definitive thing when that's ridiculous. It's somewhat of an indicator, but the spiritual condition, it's the journey, it's not the destination. And what is the destination? Our destination is death in this life. Did you forget that? You might have forgotten that. You got up, you thought, oh, today it's Monday. That's it. Troubles, disappointments. Back to this samsaric life, back to this routine, back to this bad habit of thinking this way, of killing life this way. Instead of saying, what about a new life, a new way of seeing things, and not seeing this as drudgery? Why not seeing it reborn as a master of Zazen? Last Monday, that was the drudge. Yeah, he died. He's no longer with us. He passed away in his sleep, never to be reborn again. And though you might not have manifested as the Zazen master, you might just be a ghost. You might just be nothing for a while. Because that's okay. That's part of transformation. Just if we come also back to the alchemical aspects that we can infuse in a way of looking at spiritual life, it's a chemical reaction. You put in the earth sign, you put in the sulfur sign, and there it is cooking away. You don't know what's happening. That's above your pay grade. You have a theory of what's happening, but it's happening with a life of its own. You can time the transformation, but it might be an open-end one. There might be a lot more there than you think. See, when we're conducting the chemical experiment, we're precisely adding the ingredients in precise ratios. But when you're talking about the spirit, you really don't know what you're dealing with a lot of times, especially when things are coming from the multiverse, an interconnected web of causality that is immense, that is beyond quantum, that wasn't really a theory, although certain Greek philosophers were the forerunners of it, Demosthenes being one of them. But then just look at Pythagoras. You think he was just a master of geometry, or what was he exactly? Oh, he was a mathematician, they say. That's what the Patagonistas of today call him, a mathematician. Because it's a respectable profession. The other things he was, they consider that to be ridiculous. And yet he came up with the theory that billions of people before him didn't really figure out all that well, although some of them did. This is the conceit of worldly people, to think that they understand other spirits better than they do, which is where we get back to all of this occultism and whatnot. People with worldly aims, worldly perspectives, are feverishly looking into something that ends up becoming a mirror for their own defilements and consuming them in fiery furnaces. And why is that? Because they went into it with the wrong intentionality, or developed it over time, or were forced into it, or were pushed into it. You're the person supposed to know everything, figure this out type of situations. Worldly situation. So looking to institutions, it's something you would expect. Some institutions have maintained their excellence better than others over time. It's just part of how this planet works. Now you would think that the good religious impulses that we've had in the West would prevail, but you see that would be to negate the influence of just awful, terrible, backwards, regressive, hateful actors that have just been in a turbocharged mode of activity since they could set foot and set up shop and set up running against all Western values, redefining them as they go, with a slipshod and roughshod, disdainful misapprehension of all of the things that they have fat-fingered and busted and junked. So, but who gets to wear that wonderful mantle of dysfunction and lunacy? Well, you would just have to pick out the people in your time that manifested that way. But not being one of them is really the challenge of this dimension. And that's another wonderful, wonderful truth that the Buddha brought to the game. That right there, there's no blame, there's no fight. It is the responsibility of each individual spirit to go through all of these chemical processes, transformations with different ingredients and different relations of different things, many things unquantifiable beyond our understanding, but we can still accept all of these things in a very enlightened way with complete neutrality, no ego. See? This is where we come back to Jung, because he was so big on superego, ego, id. Well, if we return to the wonderful Hermes Trismegistic, why not Father, Son, Holy Spirit instead? What is this damn id and this damn ego? See, the Son of God is a Son that has eliminated the ego entirely. That's what the cross, or now this, is all about. No ego at all. It is, all of it is a defilement. To the extent of self-harm. If you start self-harming yourself, like I'm giving away everything to help humanity and you're hurting yourself, that is a hypocritical contradiction. You see, that's a trolling to the wrong route. You keep going left. You keep going left till you go full circle, and then what? You're back to suffering. No, it's go left and then stay straight. That is sort of the intuitive understanding of the commandment. But you see what people do. Oh, he said go left. Oh, well, here I am, so I better go left. And then I better go left again. You see how people can misinterpret direct scriptural commandments even? All of it is interpretive. If you get the wrong interpretation, or somebody convinces you of the wrong interpretation, you are doomed. That's the point. You are doomed. The individual practitioner. It is not about a group. It is not about a movement. It is not about social standing. It is about spiritual liberation or not. Skillful spiritual liberation or not. The unskillful version of that. Oh, I want to drive. How do you want to get there? Well, I got the busted up bumpy bus here. You'll get there all right. That's what they say. But then you've got this place over here. Oh, it's the lightning diamond bolt dragon vehicle. Whoa, wait a second. It's levitating off the ground. It just flies like here, there, it snaps your fingers and you're in a completely different dimension where everything is just serene, where everything is unfathomably beautiful, paradisical. No fight, no blame, no anger, no frustration, no retribution. Nothing at all of the defilements or of a worldly outlook. What freed us from that? Well, it was our best friend, death. Death that is all around us all the time, everywhere. Every room you walk into, death is there. Every book you open, death is there. Every word you read, death is there. Every time you look at your watch, death is there. But death is a friend. Death frees us from over-attachment to worldly things that are fleeting. Worldly vanities that are fleeting. Look at all of the things that King Solomon owned. Where are they now? What do they mean? Would it not be better to have his living wisdom reside inside you, as you, than any gold plate that he may have once used? But let us return to the point. So look at this stupid sleight of hand that they replaced this Holy Spirit with the id. Let us look to what they understand the id to be, which is this primal, sexually captured organ. So you can see that that is the weak point of modernity right there, that they could have such a stupid interpretation of the Holy Spirit. But we're looking at a base state of man. This is what they considered to be the base state. So what they considered to be a barbaric, commonly vulgar, everywhere, shot through society, men and women, just sort of led around by impulsiveness. So no Holy Spirit in them, or some type of animating force, but so more of a primal force focused around eating, sleeping, bum-diggling, and sleeping. And did I forget eating again? Oh, and defecating. Yeah, I don't have to forget that part every once in a while. See how easy that is. So, eating and defecating, and yeah, everything that one associates with a base animal. But of course, base animals are not driving themselves crazy with, let's say, neurotic loops and programmings, and so we can see that it can distort the personality if it's not a Holy Spirit. If it's an unclean spirit, well, then you can see that it's this irrational factor that is irrationally destroying people's lives, like all over the place. And so maybe they weren't off beat in defining it as it. But for good priests or insightful people, right there you can see that that is where the whole challenge resides. And that there is a great room for improvement, great room for inspiration and reorientation and transformation of the id to Holy Spirit. Or if we want to give it a Greek description, oidemos, oidemoi, versus neurosis. So I hate to tell you, if you're still busted up about something that apparently happened 100 or 200 or 300 or 1,000 years ago, you don't have a good demon. you have a bad one. You have a manifestation of a defilement in a sub-intellectual form that is running. Oh, it's running. It's a memory. It's a fake memory. It's a memory war. I remember it this way, so it's this way for me, but it wasn't that way. I hate to tell you, it was the exact opposite way, so what do you think now? Well, that's where the egoic defense comes in. Right then, they feel like you've put a knife up to their throat and they feel like you started to stab them. Or they feel like that's what you're doing, you're murdering their goodness. Because they can't be wrong, they thought. So this is where you get these reactions that make no sense at all. The ego doesn't understand it, and the superego is against it. But in their case, their superego won't allow them to believe that they were misguided. So, but let's get back to abstractions, people. In your own individual personal case, it's all about the individual practitioner. It's all about your own individual insight. Were you told something that was not true? Or just partially true? Let's take it in a very funny way. You were told that to bake a cake, you should have these ingredients and not include this ingredient. Don't put sugar in it. Don't put yeast in it. And so you make the cake, and then the cake is always that way, which is the wrong way. But that is the way that the recipe has printed, it's stated, everybody believes this book. But then one day, someone who didn't accept that did some experiments, and it turns out that the publishing house, the guy who was running the publishing company, he was kidnapped and he was forced to change the recipe. And so that's how it got printed. And that's how you believe the things you believe. Now, are you a bad person? Who's the bad person? Can you forgive yourself? I know I can forgive myself. I can forgive reading a recipe and carrying it out and getting that result comically. And looking at it like a scientific experiment. These chemicals mixed together, yeah, of course it's going to produce enormous amounts of rage, for example. It's pure incitement. It's, you put this junk in somebody's vicinity, they're not going to like it. So how about giving people that wouldn't be focused on their butts a big focus on butts? And then just imagine how ridiculous and dissatisfying and horrible their lives could become by having that focus. I mean, it sounds funny, it sounds comical, but of course you could fill that in with anything. You get caught up on baseball, you could become a complete lunatic. You get caught up on this, that, this principle, that principle. You think you're special when you're not. Whoa, how many people are stuck in that contraption? driving around in their little loony buses, calling themselves Bugattis or Mercedes or who knows. They're the loony buses of our day. But there's other loony buses that don't look so good. So those are the even worse ones. The other ones at least have working air conditioning and brakes. The ride is smoother. But nobody thinks about the trouble of all of that, maintaining all of that. And if that's what you get back for being in all of that trouble, is it really worth it? What do the owners say? What if only 50% said it's worth it? Or less than that? What does that say about our id-like values? Could they be misleading? So, but what are the possible consequences of following misleading impulses? So you really should look to the ego as someone caught in the middle, but someone who will generally do the right thing. If they only knew what that was. And with having a id and a superego on both sides of the loony bus screaming in your ear at the same time, a lot of people just don't know what the heck they're doing or why. What they're missing is the right perspective and the right techniques, the right practice. They told you spiritual practice was a waste of time. Well, they were wrong. They told you going to church once on Sundays is enough. They were wrong. They told you, oh yeah, just read the Bible whenever. Just always have it at your bedside. You can pop it open and grab a few sentences at a time before you go dozing off. And they were wrong too. Now, someone who didn't lie about that was the Buddha. It's another funny note. He married at 16. Took him to 29 to tap out. And then it was 6 years in the jungle. Multiple near-death experiences. And all of that. And then finally the breakthrough. Release from ego and superego and it. Putting oneself in the driver's position in the Trinity, reestablishing a Trinity. Whereas when they say sun, it's the vessel. Okay, the vessel is really nothing. There is nothing in the vessel when the Holy Spirit is poured into it. It's clean, which means no ego. The egoic vessel is the vessel for the Holy Spirit. And then, yes, Father is the navigation system. But, of course, sometimes it's imperfect. The signals are imperfect. You weren't listening. You weren't sensitive enough to the right things. You were still focusing on some type of worldly, dissatisfying, changing thing. Forms and conditions. So you're still, to that extent, running off those fumes, the vessel isn't prepared enough, proper enough, clean enough, hygienic enough, purified enough, worthy enough, consistent enough, intact enough to hold a Holy Spirit, a oidemic spiritual reality, lived spiritual manifestation. A good attitude is how simple people call it. You know what? There's these 5 people, they were really down on their luck, but this one person showed up. They had a great attitude. Have you ever met someone like that? That's what I'm talking about. That's the end result of good practice. But some people have it without knowing why. Just like some people have good health. Have you ever met people like that, just strong as an ox? Nothing ever gets them down. They have that vitality. Have you ever met a person like that? They exist. So the equivalent of that in the spiritual world, and then we look at ourselves, look how deficient we are. Look how frail we are. We like to think we're so tough. We're not tough at all. I don't care how tough you are. I could take out a little hammer the size of my hand, and if I hit it in some spot, not even hard, like I'm not going to wind up, I'm just going to swing my arm at just a normal speed. I pick the spot that I get to hit though. You would fall to the ground instantly, writhing in pain. No matter how big you are. So you think you're a big boy, big baby boy, big baby girl. There's people out there, well, are they now at 4 meters height? Who knows? These people are giants out there. Got big egos and big bellies too. One little hammer, and all that toughness will evaporate. One little insult and your day is wrecked. Didn't get what you wanted. Yeah, that's the weaklings amongst us. Those are the infirm, the sick, the crazy, the bothered, the depressed, the disappointed, the cynical, the sarcastic, the I know it better than you do. I have the position. Who are you? This person, he just showed up out of nowhere. Look at his clothes. He looks like he was hunting a bear or something. He has these different strange things he's wearing. He obviously can't know what he's talking about. There were always people like that. There are always people like that. And it's also normal because neuroatypical thinking is not always good. It's very rare cases that it's good, and so humanity is predisposed to poo-poo neuroatypicalness, to disapprove of it, to shun it, and again, in many cases for good reason. But there's that 20% of the time where it's above the pay grade of the people doing the poo-pooing, and they don't get that. Just like the superego doesn't get it. Like, oh, we get you, superego. You're screaming at a person that's in a healing process. You want them to get up, and you're calling them names, and we understand how you think, but it's not the appropriate response It's not the compassionate response. Sometimes things don't work out perfectly, so this little flexibility, adaptability, perceptional ability does help a lot more than condemnation for non-perfection. Now, for the non-thinking beasts that say, well, look, I can go to work all day, every day, and never bat an eye, well, okay, great. That's sort of a strength in a way. And if you're experiencing it in a good way, who's to say that that's a bad thing for you? It might be the perfect choice, all things considered. And everyone, everywhere, should wish people like that well, and certainly not look down on them in any way. Because their spiritual practice is also a worldly practice. And they found a happy medium between the two, which is wonderful. It's magical. It's brilliant. It's the best you can do, all things considered. But it's not going to work out every time like you want it to. And this is the problem we have as well. We have this egoic age. We can think our way out of things. We think our way into things that make our lives more complicated. There's those lawnmowers. Those lawnmowers going 24/7. Never turn them off. They're buzzing around, just making a lot of noise and noise pollution. Not just that. But calming people down, giving people a method that allows them to calm down to accept doing 4, 5, 6 hours of spiritual practice a day. How about that? 6 hours spiritual practice, 2 hours of worldly pursuits. Or worldly labor. How about the labora, right? Using the Benedictine model. 2 hours of labor, 6 hours of praying. That's your workday. It might be for a time until you might graduate out of that time. You go from freshman to sophomore in a spiritual sense. Okay, look, I graduated from this, I think. But maybe you're thinking wrong. Maybe you're just trying to lawnmower yourself into something else rather than attaining a position in which you can reside and abide with perfect equanimity. If you do that, you don't need to go to the next position. Just because I'm a doctor, a professor, doctor, professor, and I need to be a lama too. I don't need to even be those other things. Because being would be to manifest in this world and require some external validation for that to happen. So you're inviting a worldly factor in that is not spiritual. So what are the chances that that could end up in disaster, in dissatisfaction of a high level? What are the chances? Now that's not to say you shouldn't attempt something that cannot ever possibly be true. But if you're outcome independent, as they say, you're not going to get there in a way that's worthy of someone that is above normal. Because it shouldn't just be the promise of supernormalcy, but it should deliver. You should live supernormal lives. Other people are going crazy, you're not. Other people drink terrible water and terrible food and make a terrible mess of their lives. You don't. People are out there going here, there, want this, want that, want that. You don't. And so your practice is to reduce the things you want in this time where we are encouraged to want even more things that we don't have, which is a recipe for dissatisfaction. That's it. It's simply a recipe for unskillfulness. That bad cake has some things to it. Yeah, you won't starve eating that, but it's not the same thing. It's not the way cakes were meant to be baked. And how about baking cakes? How about, look, you don't have to bake it in an oven. I wasn't talking about an oven. Or maybe I was talking about a Dutch oven. It's just this cast iron pot. You just position it a little bit closer to an open fire. Maybe put it in the ashes. Let it sit there. That's your oven. But that's not the oven. Your oven could be something you build out of some clay and some rubble, using some twigs. That becomes your oven for that time. So it's a new way of baking bread. It's a new way of baking, and it's not something that has these external requirements to be good or to be perfect. We're not requiring it to be perfect. In fact, we know it's not perfect. It's just this right here, right now. That's what gives it its life force, its vitality. It's different every time. It's not something that can be planned for. It can't be, okay, I took care of this. I could bake a cake at any time. I have an oven here, but I'm not baking anything. And why is that? Well, I'm doing other things that I think are more important, but maybe they aren't. Maybe I'm attributing way more importance to things that are way too complicated when in fact baking bread, it's a wonderful application of human ingenuity. And there's a big payoff. It can keep your body living for an extra day if you eat it. Let's also not forget, people add salt to bread, so you have your salts and you have your carbohydrates. You add fresh water to that, you can live. Oh, there's always going to be a supermarket. I could just go show up and pay. Yeah, you got to pay for money for that, don't you? Which means you have to earn the money, which means, where are you again? Which is not to say that, we don't want to do anything. What doing this is doing something, but some people would consider it doing nothing. A lot of people wouldn't pay for it, but some would. But that's not to say that, oh, that's the way, that's what you should do, that should be your profession. That's not at all. People can listen to this and they can be doing what they're doing, and yet they're getting the spiritual side of the equation that people do need. That's something these moderns, the smart morons, blaze straight past. And it's a big mistake. But the good news is it's accessible. This is one of the good things that they did, is with all those public libraries, look, some of those books that they got in there weren't all that bad. We can talk about a cultural war and the war criminals, which certainly are amongst us, that have not yet lost even 1 cent of the funds that they've pilfered and misdirected. But they haven't managed to destroy the entirety of human learning. And it is possible to find it without their bottlenecks, although bottlenecks are something they're big into. But there were always bottlenecks. If you go back into the Bible and read of all the kings that were crazy as loons, then you know that politics, people getting involved in politics, worldly people, um, they're causing trouble. They've always been causing trouble. And they cause the trouble for themselves and others. That's sort of how it goes. So, but if you were one of those people, then you can also stop being one. That's the great promise of a skillful spiritual practice. But coming back to a second to all the myths and fairy tales and demons and angels and all that, look, depersonalize it. Don't go crazy off into that. And remember, if it looks bad, it smells bad, it's this worldly type of thing, avoid it. That's it. It's just that type of badness in some other different type of form. And it is up to you to spot it, and it might take time. Some of these bamboozlements in the modern age are elaborately complex, sophisticated, and reinforced. The conditioning is off the charts. And people that have been sweet talked and into it, it's disastrous for them. They are the biggest embarrassments that humanity was able to chronicle with technological means, and the cameras are rolling at this time. And yet they think that they are somehow more accomplished than others. So we live in crazy times, yeah. But times have always been crazy, just in a little bit of a different way. And yet good practice has always been good practice for those good practitioners who got good results that are often so counterintuitive, like killing the ego, crushing the ego, cleaning out erasing the ego. That is counterintuitive. Okay, don't let anybody tell you it isn't. It is. And that excuse or that explanation I said with the egoic death and people defending themselves because they feel like they're being existent, that's horrifying. If you aren't terrified by that, you should be. All right there, a movie right there. There could be a movie. Imagine a 3-hour movie dealing with that theme. People would come out, like they would be terrified if I showed them why they should be. That is like this story of Jacob wrestling with the angel. These are very life or death struggles on a multiverse level of infinite future lives. And so just imagine what these fools are damning themselves to live again and again and again and again and again with diminishing returns throughout space and time in this universe because of that lack of insight, that key to the lock in their chains. Now, as far as a funny comparison, because I think, look, these are all weighty matters. You get a lot of people, a lot of tryhards, a lot of crazy people get obsessed with this stuff. So, and you hear that word obsessed? Just think of like hyper vulgar people that become obsessed with this type of thing and then want to understand it as like this secret way of controlling and influencing worldly events. Like, that's really the wrong path to be on. It's sort of, but you can see it's this tainted, probably egoic. But see, if we're talking about the id explains sadism and also the want to exert power over oneself and others. But really, oneself, it's not sadistic if it isn't sadistic. If you're not neurotic, right, if you're oidemic, then you're in a good place. You're not in a bad place. That's the definition. See, we're just making a distinction without any type of crazy hang-ups. So injecting humor in this stuff is funny. Because these things want to be taken seriously. Like, I talk about the ego, people are like, oh, ego, oh, this is serious, oh, oh. No, well, let's think of the ego of like that, the guy, the nice guy tactic. Like somebody trying to be really nice, like a rug salesman. Trying to, here, can I get you a piece of tea? Can I get you a little glass of tea? Can I get this type of special sugar so that you can drink this tea? And so they're trying to be super nice to you to sell you something you don't need. And you have to shoo them away. Like, they're very pernicious. That's essentially some of the people you're going to meet in any of these types of areas. And in fact, academia, unfortunately, is full of it. Academia at this time is just ridiculously off the charts, misguided and toxic. So, but the people that are there, they're supposed to be the industry spokesman for the next thing. So they're going to learn something cool, and then they're going to mess it up and screw it up. So if you are exposed to anything that comes through mainstream channels, A, just take the good parts, and B, leave whatever it is that they distribute behind. Especially if they have even a modicum of crap mixed in with it. But unfortunately, that's what they're taught to do too, is mix and match stuff that doesn't belong together. So it's really difficult in an age of information, but realize, yeah, they don't like people getting straight information. They don't like people just having open mic. They don't like not having to chew things up and spit them out and crap them out in their own worldly ways. So don't really get sucked into any delivery method necessarily, and don't overly take these things seriously. I think a lot of times it's cool to fly over a lot of things. Leave all the crap behind, all the annoyances, the trolling, the trolls that know something. Take what they know and leave the trolls behind. That's sort of what you gotta do. And there was a really dumb time in the 90s that was more trusting and accepting, and those times are going away permanently. So what will be there is a lot of mistrust, and there's not going to be a lot of optimism for certain groups going forward. Certainly not giving them the face, the what do you call it? Mm, benefit of the doubt. Yeah, we're not giving them the benefit of doubt. Nope, no benefit at all. No, not too many doubts. Maybe more doubts about them than they thought they would have going into three-carb monoism. But, you know, always working the fringes, aren't they? The rubes. Oh, the first to the rubes, first mover advantage. That's sort of where they are figuring on being, at least some of them. So it's unfortunate. It's a blight. It's toxic. It's annoying, but it's just what it is. It's the street cars making noise. It's the cars without mufflers amongst us. It can just happen randomly. And if you're in traffic and you're out up and about where people are, then you're gonna encounter these kinds. So don't really give them a foothold. You know, keep them at a distance. And if they have something beneficial, then do benefit from it, but don't take any of the other bad things, such as the assumption that we're all on the same side, this humanity thing project's going to work out for all of us in the end, when it doesn't look like that. It looks like somebody's saying that but doing something else for them, which happens to be, surprise, worst people on the planet. They get some benefits, and all the other civilized people get told what civilization's all about, or else. So, really stinks if that's your country or your time period, but maybe in 10 years it'll be different. 30 years ago it wasn't that bad. Some things that are bad get progressively worse, and then at some point people just discontinue harmful practices because they have to. Taking the piss is not healthy. Nobody should be drinking piss by people that don't deserve it. But again, that fuels their conceit if they can get away with it. So hopefully going forward, they will progressively get less and also get out of places that are interesting. But yeah, the ego. So the ego is the nice, like it's a nice guy type of thing. He wants to stay in your life or in the room or in the party, but you're gonna, despite all of his pleadings and his adamancy, you need to eject him from the room of your practice, the room of your mind, your solitude. Absolutely do. And it feels like death, but that's just the fake feeling. It's a false positive. Your self dies, but it comes back the next day, or the next week, or next month. A self comes back just naturally. It's like detritus, which is the point of purification. So you have to, most people don't look into it, they just take themselves at face value. You don't do that. That's not what a spiritual practitioner does. They question themselves on a fundamental existential level regularly. And they eject the ego out of their solitary practice. No, he wants to be, and it does feel like death, but see, you're holding death's hand when you eject him with the other one, which is a lot easier than you thought. In fact, you thought it was impossible, but with death, everything's possible because everything's impossible. Can't have a nice guy that knows everything that's not gonna give up because otherwise he thinks he's gonna die. But when he's put in his place enough times and realizes that he was the one that was overdoing it, that he still was playing that game of thinking he knew better, working for his own advantage, then fundamentally reconsidering what positions one was holding and why, especially if they were generating some type of defilement. That's it. You have a sore on your left leg and it's emitting pus and stinks, and you have a sore on your right leg and it's not. Guess what deserves more treatment from you? What deserves more attention? That's right. It's that. And that's where your focus should be. It should be on healing, but also awareness. Where is the defilement manifesting from? It is the ego. Well, then you need to get into ego flushing practice. You could also think of the ego like one of those modern micro wool garments. It's very close to your body, it's very comfortable, and it's wicking the sweat off of your body, so it has a lot of good uses. But that thing gets stinky and scuzzy and grody, and so you need to put that in the bucket and wash that out with some soap and water on a regular basis so that you don't stink, that it doesn't get itchy. and that it continues to deliver excellent functionality in the field at all times, especially under the most difficult of conditions. Oh no, that's you, that's yours. You can't take it off and wash it. All of that scuzz, that's your personality. No, no, it's not. No defilement, it's my personality. But it can invade the ego by osmosis. This is just how these spiritual things work. They defy physical laws. But repetitive practice is also something that defies physical laws, defies psychological laws, sloth and torpor, monkey mind. Ignorance. Oh, I don't need this. Nobody needs this. Yeah, you don't need it until you do, and then maybe you need more than what you've got. You're going unprepared into a crisis that could just tear you apart, not just physically. The people who tear themselves up physically, they tear themselves up spiritually first. That's the point of first contact. Everything after that is causality. And that's not important, you think, because you're ignorant. What is ignorance? It's a hindrance. Are you hindered? Possibly. Need you remain hindered? When you have the tools? Some people would say it's impossible. But why wouldn't it be worth a try? So, but on the other hand, what type of understanding can we have for people that have been misinformed or are being actively misinformed or acting on the basis of misinformation? Well, these people are deluded and dangerous, and the way they see things is determinate in many ways, whether you want that to be the case or not. As a noble, supernormal person, someone who has decided to devote themselves to good things, by necessity, immediately, there are millions of people that think that is the wrong decision for you. Millions and millions and millions of some of the most hateful, misguided people on earth at any given moment in time, or also of the past. A lot of them have also produced books and schools of thought and everything else, so they're around. They don't think you should know nothing other than what's ever convenient for them. Always try to imagine the lowest viewpoint, and that's sort of what you're dealing with. Which on another, or from another standpoint, is helpful, is how do people see the world? Once they tell you that, then you know how totally misguided and toxic they might be. It's only the people that might not say what they believe to you, say something else, or say what you want to hear that you have to be on guard for. Because they understood that part. If you tell them what they want to do to you, that you don't like that part, that you do something that makes that more difficult for them, they understand that whole process. And they work against it, being the lowest of the low. So that's sort of how you can identify them. So the three-card Monte game with a mouth on top. That's the second level of type of operator you need to keep your eyes peeled for. But not actively looking, mind you. But of course, nobody wants to bump into these people, but they're precisely there to bump into them because they want you to bump into them. So we have a disastrous globalization behind us, and it looks like it's going to be a disastrous falling forward should no sensible decisions be made in the meantime, which isn't something anyone should assume won't happen. But until then, and also in your personal lives, you need to reduce your exposure to this radioactive trash, never before seen uh, impudence in modern times. And disavow yourself from every atom of it. But certainly protect yourself on every level that you possibly can. Because they're not going to make it easy for you to be good, these bad people. But again, what do bad people create? Just nothing but badness for themselves and others. They just get too deluded to see it. They don't catch the causality part. They think they're so special that all those other rules don't apply to them. That's their main mental defect. Like all the people in hell, they have it. They have that defect. Getting chipped into things, thrown into burning pits, stamped down with truncheon. There's stories of this stuff. They all tell the same story. I thought I was the one that the rules shouldn't have applied to me. Or I only did it because I wanted this and that. But was it worth it? Well, they want to go back, but they can't. They had their chance and they blew it. They threw away the value of this human dimension and became worse. With little sad stories like that. So don't be a sucker like that. That little devil on your shoulder telling you, whispering in your ear, it's not special. These are known phenomena. Known. Inside and out, backwards and forwards. And so knowing that, you're better prepared. Yes, you are. It's like somebody telling you on the path, you know what, you're going to meet, there's going to be storms and floods and this and that, and you might not think you need this and that, but you do. So, all travelers, heed those words. Some people ask, well, why is ego crushing a good practice? And it's a good practice because it allows you flexibility. It allows you optionality. For example, you might have thought one way just 5 minutes ago, but now you don't. And why is that possible? Because you were able to disengage the ego. Just think of it, it's like putting your engine in neutral. It's as mechanical as that. Think of it as dispassionately and mechanically as that. But before you do that, if the engine is revving and you don't know how to hit the clutch, like sometimes if you've ever driven with tricky clutches, you have to push all the way in or find the sweet spot till it disengages. It's sort of like one of those monstrous contraptions of your mind, depending on the time of the day or the circumstances or whatever trip you're on, whatever part of the journey you're on. Are you in the bumpy parts or are you in the smooth, serene parts? Are you in the precipices and the canyons, or are you on the lake? So this is why micro environments, especially micro psychological environments, are quite helpful, and they can be created like little bubbles by disengaging the ego. But man, is that not easy. I would say with Westerners, your ego is your biggest hindrance because it's so hardened and conditioned. So even if you think you're getting close to being a hippie, you still have never disengaged the ego truly. So that you can just dump out like those old ashtrays, like all those cigarette butts, whatever it is that your ego is still clinging to on a subconscious level that you're sort of just semi-aware of. Now, if you have a lot of them, you'll be more aware of them. If you have less of them, you'll be less aware of them, but they're still there somehow, and so you're not liberated. Okay, liberated means you truly do reach that point, and the great way of doing it without having a real crisis is inducing it with your practice by putting yourself on the ground. You've got 3 hours per day of hard floor practice, which is a combination of different yogic positions that allows you to conduct prayerful meditation in a way that is challenging, but not overly challenging. It's not uh, beating yourself with nunchucks. See, anything can be taken to extremes that are ridiculous. Look at all the people driving motorcycles. Look at the wonderful drivers, the accomplished drivers. And then look at everybody else out there. Zooming and rooming and risen and whizzing around until they ain't no more because they die. Or get injured. They give it up. They stop it because they shouldn't have started it in the first place. So any practice can be like that. So don't be like that. And start off with maybe training wheels. Don't make it harder on yourself. Don't make it dramatic. You're not leaving the world behind in an antagonistic way. That would be the completely wrong mindset to have. You are not rejecting the world, and the world is not rejecting you. People who are able to consistently eradicate their egos are valuable people despite what other people might think. And despite what they think, that most of the people who do that, they don't think they're special at all. Because that's what the practice produces. It's not I promise to crush the ego and not deliver. It is crushing because it's challenging. And it has to be challenging because you Westerners, you have challenging egos. These oppositional, adversarial, I have to get this, otherwise these disappointed egos, wow, they are annoying. Not just to you, but do you see how annoying you can be? You get so annoying that you get yourself in a bad way all the time. A lot of you. Doesn't it take 2 to tango? So if it's not the real actions that are messed up due to randomness and chance and forms and conditions, then it's your thoughts making it so. This is boring. Something like that. Right? It's a really vulgar thought. It's like having something pass in the stomach that's unpleasant. You think you're going to have to go in your pants real quick and wait, you're really convinced, and then no, it passes. That's the type of thought people can get. Like, I'm bored when, if you had good practice or you were appreciative of the chance of using that solitary moment to divest yourself of attachments and other defilements, then your life would take on such a magical, healing, and powerful, and optimistic, and enjoyable aspect that is also externally independent. So it is tragic when a flood comes and washes away all those people that could have been you, but thank God it wasn't. And if there's something you can do within the realm of your capacity to make some type of gesture under those conditions, I'm sure that has a lot of positive causality in and of itself. So what comes about or manifests because of so-called bad things are oftentimes good things to compensate for the bad things. And so let us not forget the power of the wagon, the chariot, just driving around. You've got the horses are going, you've got intention. But things can go wrong quick, but things can also take you to, especially if you get into more skillful practice, you become a more skillful driver and a more responsible steward of your own estates or whatever it is you don't own, which is a very valid practice. And so when you do open up that time for yourself, because you're not on some type of existential time clock, then the skill is to shift gears into forming that infinite space with beauty, with satisfaction, with gratitude, with purity of mind, with absence of the defilements, absence of the aggravations, absence of the strivings. They wanted this, they got that. Okay, that's good. You didn't need that anyway. You just thought you did, and then really, did you? You don't need it. You don't need the aggravation. That's the thing. That was the price you had to pay to not have the aggravation. So was it 3 mansions and a fleet of perfectly kept classic vehicles, such as in the case of some people? Or was it a smashed in face? Or was it something else? Or was it like all of those things? Very more. Some people, look, misery loves company. So too many people are seeking it out while thinking they're not. And that's the big problem. So who needs something to drink? Well, thirsty people. Well, if you've got your own reservoir, you're not thirsty, and you don't get drunk on it, and you don't go bonanza bonkers on it either. Oh, I'm gonna have nude swimming party in my reservoir every day, 24/7, Yeah, why? I mean, maybe I do it. Do it until you knock yourself out, and then if you're still here on this planet, maybe try to have some understanding for all the different people in different stages of development. I think that's the most challenging thing to addressing an audience is connecting with all of the audience members, the very young people and the very old people and all the people in between, because we change our viewpoints so revolutionary throughout life. But at certain times, certain words will connect with certain people for certain reasons, and there we are again to synchronicity. For who it is destined, they will hear it. And for who will be transformed by it, they will be transformed. And also, people that transform into bad things, look, that's bad practice. That's all it is. Take everything else out of it. Stop antagonizing all of these concepts or bringing in all this mumbo jumbo. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Good manifestations have the basis of good spiritual practice, just like good physical fitness has to do with good results in the physical world and better achievements. Yes, you can throw the ball through the hoop at a higher rate of success if you put in the practice. There's been more statistical studies done on this stuff than it ever should have been in the first place. That's another thing. Our culture, our bread and circuses, we need to just completely disengage from whatever current form that has and re-engage only good things with good people of sincere intent and credentials, and not these credentials that have machines that have been broken for a long time. Talk about real credentials, authenticity. And I understand it's hard to spot. It is. A lot of people try to mimic it. It has its advantages if people catch on to it, but on the other hand, anybody can be wrong at any time for any reason. A lot of people expect that one person will always have the right answers all the time. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Nobody can do your thinking for you. And too many of you are thinking way too much, and some of you are thinking way too little. But some people are thinking just enough, and it's a lot less than people think. If you can get out of some type of gerbil machine economic system that you might be engaged in. On the other hand, maybe you're looking at things too negatively. What type of things? Do you need to do something with other people, or can you do something right with what you have? If you are the supercomputer that computers want to be, if you have more creativity than a computer, which is true, then come up with something that works for you. But don't make it be so outrageous that other people wouldn't believe it. Becoming religious, that's a believable story, because if it is true, that's great. That is a really positive story. That someone who might have been involved with troubling things finally found the light. This is a story that inspires us all on a deep, visceral, mystical level. Because it's the story of life. at least one good story of it. Especially if the religion hasn't been trashed by a bunch of numbskulls. But, look, things can happen. I look at different musical genres. There was the 1850s concert house music. By 1880, it was completely different. And then by 1910, then the 30s came along. So this is just the way things are done. There is such a thing as evolution and devolution, and both things at the same time. The 20th century will be considered a disaster on many levels. Certainly not the levels that they consider them to be today. But that does not mean that the 21st century will not be way better, maybe just in 20 years' time. And why is that? Because the big gorillas of our time slipped out on banana peels. And just when everybody thought we were going to become mindless slaves, good luck saved the day. And we all cheered from the sidelines. So yeah, we need to break things down. When you break down the ego, you get down to the ground floor, which is to say the world's problems aren't yours. And that's really important. See, a lot of people that still have ego and still think they're good, they're still holding on to Weltschmerz of some kind. I feel bad for this. I can't let that go. There was a funny saying. What was it? You can take everything away from a man, but you can't take away his own suffering. Or he'll give everything away, but he won't give away his own suffering. How about that one from mankind? Then if you listening to this don't think that's not true, you're deluded. See, suffering is personal, which is why some people really go in for it. Some people go in for suffering. They're not about the other thing. See, they're not about goodness. They're into pain and suffering. That's what they manifest. Now, they might think they're being like devilish in that regards, but that's not... The devil thinks that's corny. Okay, but it's not like he doesn't see it happen or see how people go that way. So, getting back to practice, look, it's not the institution's job or fault that you find personal enlightenment. You should never take an antagonistic approach towards external bodies that in any way have been positive in any form to anyone. That is the most sensible position to have. It's not just politeness. At that point, it's authenticity, because one should be that towards good things. But if you still have a conceit that you know things better, well, wouldn't that be the ego that's still holding on to that too? But claiming that the ego only plays a very small part in their lives because they're bigger than that. They're more philosophical. They've read more books, so they know a little bit more about egotism. So obviously they're not egotistical. Yeah. Keep orbiting that type of denial. And you will not get past that basic impasse, which is the barrier between normalcy and supernormalcy. And to get there, you really do have to crush the ego, not just think you have. And you do have to put in the work. Because Westerners, your egos are encrusted. They are hard-boiled. Some of them are fried on. And I hate to tell you that. And I hate to see it. Because all that scrubbing and scraping and burning, because you could think of it as a karma burn too, because that stuff can catch on fire. And it's sticky. That whole cleaning up process is nothing anybody can take away from you except yourself. But if you think it takes a long time with you, think to the life of the Buddha. He's 6 years in the jungle. St. Patrick, 6 years right there in the heath. 6 years is a long damn time out there in the wilds. But the age of those times respected people that took that journey and stayed on it. Because that is the true transformational act that we were all destined to go through, to be the amazing beings that we all are inside. Psychologically, we're all related. You understood everything I said. I didn't make up the language, I just shared it. I don't own it. It's not me saying these words. It's just words and meaning. The meaning you infuse in it or misinterpret. That's the thing. I've had jumping jack crazies jump out of the bushes and claim I meant something one way and I didn't. So, look, this world is crazy. And challenges, they're every day. The real challenge is how you're seeing things and what you're looking at. If you're aggravated, see, that's the introspection you need to have and the compassion. So, okay, recognizing you're aggravated. Okay, that's the first step. Then, what could it be? Asking that question in a neutral, clinical way. See, this is DIY, do it yourself. And then if the reason comes up, and then you just think about that reason and think, wait a second, I'm thinking in problematic thinking here. And then, even if you don't know it, you may be negatively judging the patient in a super egoic way. So through the lens of the superego, you're delusionally putting yourself above the patient and then also condemning them. And then also suffering from that condemnation because you're experiencing a comparison between perfection and imperfection. So that's pretty sensitive, and that's something that's sensitive that's being misapplied to the wrong objects. In this case, just the fantasy of the mind, a figment of one's imaginations, a bad mood, bad thought. See? We have been led to believe that rationality is the basis of what we do if we're a rational person. But if that's not true and we accept that, then we can also accept that Bad moods can come and they can go, and there doesn't need to be any reason for it other than things that could explain it outside the context of a rational uh, parameter. And so you can discuss things elegantly that fall outside of rationality without completely losing a connection with the concept of civilization or interaction with others as a whole. One does not have to view it as a negative thing, but a part of a process of a second self-realization, which also involves a extinction of a old self that was believed to be self-actualized, but in fact wasn't. And so you can find or look into those types of conundrums that can be reoccurring without thinking that the patient is irretrievable. Because there's really never losing yourself that can keep coming back in one way or another, perhaps. On crazy day, it's the crazy version of you, and on good days, it's the good version of you. But of course, it's not as random as that, and it certainly shouldn't be, because you should be able to take care of the crazy when the crazy comes, and enjoy the good when the good is there without needing to be micromanaged, or questioned, or criticized, or judged. That one just manifests in a way that is concomitant with compassionate, well-advised, and wise principles and ethics founded in over 2,500 years of tradition, with beneficial results. It's a 5-star review to this day in all of the best places. So there's also a time for everything. But good practice is something that can benefit young people going into turbulent times, turbulent emotions, and also old people, the infirm, people that are recovering from trauma. How about long-term psychological abuse? Things of that nature, being gaslit by many people all at the same time, to the extent of becoming a cultural phenomenon. Being able to recover from things like that, that's really, I think, beneficial despite what others might think. But the key takeaway is it does start with you, the individual practitioner. If you do not do it, you will not have the benefits. And you should not fear liberation or crushing the ego. The ego will come back. But give yourself time. And don't just go back to the first thing that comes to your mind. Just give yourself time. But of course, tomorrow is another day to initiate the process over again, so that it becomes easier each time until it finally becomes ingrained. And then you have that mindset of equanimity in a lot more things than you did before, which one could view as an indication of success. And then it's a little breakthrough like that, and then tomorrow it's another little breakthrough, and then finally you have enough of a path that you can get to even better places if you put your mind to it. So someone wrote in and asked or said, I know you pointed out a few things that annoy you about Protestantism in America and in the world generally. What about the whole Buddhism thing? How do you see the landscape? And I thought that was an interesting question, very pertinent question. Now, first off, for all Christians trying to find some bridge between Christianity and Buddhism, and the bridge exists, it's a scientific, cultural bridge. Just the fact alone that it preceded Christianity by 500 years in a place where there was a lot of trading between East and West should give you just a small inkling how much of an influence it played, which is a significant portion. And not just the New Testament. The Old Testament, the book of Job is considered to be a Buddhist text of Persian origin. And then in Persia, we're already talking Zoroastrianism and also most likely, Egypt, Hermes Trismegistus, and all these other people. But as far as the West now, specifically, I'm thinking of the United States, although that's probably not the first place to go with it. I think European Buddhism is maybe somewhat more sophisticated to a certain degree. But it really depends on place to place. The worst thing that happened to Buddhism in the West is it was adopted by the countercultural left in the 50s and 60s. These were just people that were out of their minds, deranged, and filled with immense hatred and ill will towards everyone and everything in the West at that time. And so latched on to Buddhism as some type of wedge they could use as an alternative spirituality for themselves, which really didn't have anything to do with their foundational impulses. Now, notable exceptions to that, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and Hesse, and a handful of other German thinkers. But Thomas Merton is the English equivalent of that. Thomas Merton really did a lot of trailblazing work as far as bridging the bridge between Buddhism and Western, attempting to create an accurate understanding of Buddhism in the West. One that wasn't antagonistic. And this antagonism was partly responsible because you had international travelers at the time. There was big cultural disparities. There had been massive historical catastrophes in India that left it in ruins. And a lot of people just didn't know what had happened. And they associated the religion as being a religion from hell and the devil because of all of the horrible things that were in that part of the world. And then, of course, that the religion was considered some form of escapism instead of being proactive with things, and all these different strange misperceptions that Westerners at the time brought to the equation. So yeah, unfortunately, Buddhism is in the West is still just like all different cultural institutions that have been just scuzzy-wonked by any type of leftist or left-oriented, politically oriented, power oriented, ideologically oriented type of person would do, which is take it in the wrong direction, make it sort of a light form of their crap package of PMCism. So feel-goodism, nothing that would contradict any type of cultural revolutionary principles that they might be cooking up at the time, and being some type of second estate for globalists. That's sort of how they're going to try to rainbow Buddhism in the West. And of course, it's the same sort of Christian model, get a bunch of softy subversives in there. They like to play dress up. Maybe they like to play with dolls too in their free time and can memorize a few lines and bore people to death, essentially, because they want people to be bored and uninspired by religion, because materialists don't think it has any value. In fact, they think it has a negative value, which is why they mock it at every opportunity they can get, including installing puppets, ideological conformist puppets into any type of organizational framework. So anyone with an inkling of sensitivity to these things will pick that up on these people. But they're so darn nice the whole time. At least that's their sales pitch the whole time. But is that Buddhism? What would the Buddha say? And to see a better form of Buddhism is to go closer to some of the older sources, which is the Theravada sources. Unfortunately, any type of modernism, for example, the Japanese schools were modernized to a certain degree. In quotation marks, like what does modernized mean? Changed for socioeconomic, political reasons, something like that somebody found convenient at some time. Now, I'm not going to dismiss their schools at all, because it's not like it doesn't have value. It's just to what degree, and in what degree are there social forces or political forces at work that have influenced the influencers. So, but yeah, unfortunately, that was a big part of Buddhism being reintroduced to the West during that just stupidly toxic and ridiculous time that just keeps continuing under stupid and ridiculous socioeconomic and political conditions. But when did that ever have anything to do with good practice? What about in the Warring States period? Was it a good time to adopt a strange political viewpoints and try to sell that off as Buddhism? Because I think they did have to do that there for a time, which really messed up the institutional practice, got it further away from its roots, and further away from genuine innovation. I think if we accept that Buddha was a man that his practice is, of course, a very good practice, but it's not the only practice. It's not his path. It cannot be your path. So if you were to think he's the only one that can take that path, then you can never take that path. But that's not what he said. He said, your path will be your path, but these principles will work for you. And this is why. So he was not coming from a viewpoint, but the point of view like that he wanted to trick you for some type of worldly game or gain, and that's another component to the Western Buddhism. Now, this is in Eastern Buddhism as well, is the financial hucksterism and events and selling who knows what on the side. All different types of worldly businesses can pop up and make their influence felt, especially if you're dealing with organizations. Now, part of this is the genius of the of Buddha himself, to involve the community into religion, which itself is a compromise on a certain level. But the way he divided it up was that you had monks that were hardcore practicing the whole time, and then divided up into certain holidays and rituals to involve more people in an elegant, uplifting way. So that the vehicle didn't just, or wasn't just composed of pure practice. He created a combination, or he made the practice into a different practice that also included interaction with the community in an enlightened way, which happened to work at that time under those conditions. And because of all of its other positive effects on a community, that you don't really change what's not broken. And so in many cases it's created an orthodoxy that has worked for it and worked against it in a certain degree, or to a certain degree. But we see different separate, let's say, Eastern schools becoming somewhat eccentric from each other, or taking doctrinal positions on things to keep their own franchises separate and encapsulated. Which is fine. I don't think anybody should criticize how things have developed necessarily. It's just better to understand how these things can happen or did happen. In fact, this is what happened. We can look at it now and we can say this is what happened. 2,500 years, this is what happened. So, but yeah, the worldly influence in the Buddhism, money, the West, because it's being mismanaged by a banking class, financial system that's based on usury, everybody is running around on a level, activity level, that ancient people would have thought was not possible, and not possible in a good way. Like, they wouldn't have thought that was a good way of, or a productive use of one's time. But in Western countries, to live, you need to work all the time. So it's, and a lot more than other people would if they weren't under the financial strain that many Westerners are under. So that there's this idiotic culture there that thinks that religion itself is some type of way of earning money by making people feel good. And so there's this gray zone of hucksterism, feel-goodists, and pseudo-religious people. A lot of Christianity is infected with this on the lower levels. And that's part of the reason why a lot of the brand stinks. I mean, there's the ideological component that has added a new stink, and then there's the old stink of that, plus just the worldliness of institution stink, and lack of innovation stink, dogmatism stink, and then, of course, the politicized stink, getting different groups against each other that are still supposed to be in the same group. So there's just a lot of stink to it. So those people are around. A lot of them, they claim to be Buddhists. They're not. They aren't affiliated with any of the schools. They haven't done any monastic training. They read a couple books and have a couple of card tricks they'd pull out and do some other things and think they're enlightened to boot. So they got egos to them, which is the Western disease, is egotism. Hardened selves. So, and then, this lazy way of thinking. So we see this a lot in Protestantism. Oh, I read 2 verses in the Bible, all of a sudden I understand what that means. Let's talk about it. It's a complete waste of time. And then you get people talking about, oh, non-dual this, or it's just some weird, they take these concepts out of context, and then everything's an illusion, right? All of a sudden, space aliens, they go the complete crazy route. Or just the lazy route. Like, I'm not going to take you seriously now because everything's an illusion. Okay. Or maybe is your egotism an illusion, or is that a lived reality? I'll say, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't know what most people are talking about. They're stuck. They're captured in a delusional self with some philosophical trappings, some repetitive statements, or some statements they repeat attached to that. Just like, John 6:10 or something. How useful is that phrase? So, and then, of course, that the literalist, the fundamentalist, it's just the literally how this has been written, this is it. And it's my way or the highway on this interpretation. So like a little control freak, a little dictatorial, better than thou, know things better, are better, morally superior type. Guruism. So a lot of guruism out there in that. That's that Venn diagram of Western Buddhism. Gurus, any type of fake and phonies from... a lot of fake phonies with Southeast Asian attributes to them, because their whole culture has a lot of phonyism and built into it. Like there's places they'll dress up like some little midget with a limp. They'll consider that to be some type of appearance of God, and dress him up, a little God uniform, and he walks around and people will... He inspires people to give alms, and that's his gig. So a lot of people like to play dress up and like to have narcissistic supply or sadistic supply. It depends on the guru, right? Like people do suffer for no real reason except they say so. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Look at that spectrum. You can already see the type of maniacs that religion appeals to, or could, if they're allowed to make it a religion. So, but it's really not helpful to just complain about the bad things. My problematic mind plus high sensitivity is a personal disaster, but it's a spiritual mistake as well. Criticizing isn't the point, but it does help us at least know where we are right now, like a little snapshot of the landscape of people that are consider themselves to be in a spiritual community on a spiritual journey that might not be all that helpful. In fact, might actually be detrimental to your practice if you get into these wonky worldly situations and stop using your critical faculties. So, for example, leftism, you walk in the organization, you see it's captured by leftism, walk out. Don't make it dramatic. Just say a couple of words and walk out. It's done. You can let other people know, yeah, I went there. This is what I saw. The place is weird. People are weird. And I don't want Westerners to think this is just uniquely their bad situation now, although they're in a uniquely terrible situation for a lot of different reasons. Spirituality is probably the first one. Although, no, man, it's got to be this or economy. No, actually, I think this is the number one problem. And it's not me just saying that. Nietzsche figured that one out too. And nobody figured out the stuff Nietzsche was talking about. So, what do you know? You get to drive around a big car until the gas runs out. For now. Who cares? Where are you driving to? Where are you parking that thing? It's a complete mistake, probably. So yeah, Western civilization is riddled with the disease of materialism, almost into the bones itself. And the academy is something to be avoided at this point in many areas of studies regarding the humanities because of politicization and activism. What else? There's just my list. I could see. I'm just starting. I could take 24 hours and just start writing down all of the bad things. But let's not forget the good things. The good things is that in a decentralized world, you can develop an individual practice that is hard hitting and works for you, and is DIY, but within limits. It is a practice that does not encourage you to turn off your critical thinking abilities, but to trust a certain few key things, right? Like the 5 precepts, that is something you can trust without reservation. Everything the Buddha said you can trust. He said it to a degree that you understand the translation that you're dealing with, which might not be correct. So just like every other thing, you need to read it, then reread it, and then consider, maybe this is it, maybe it isn't, maybe what is the real meaning here? If you don't understand it, then just admit you don't understand it. The text is not very understandable. I even think the best translations of the Buddha today, you're only going to understand just to the level of your cognitive abilities, 90% tops. that 10%, you would think I could give you a survey after you've read a certain text and ask you some questions about your reading comprehension. And most of you would probably score 60% tops. But you would believe that you got all of the answers perfectly correct. And this is after years of studying passively. Like these are people that have degrees in comparative religion. Their ego, it won't allow them to not believe that they haven't comprehended what has been written. So our psychology doesn't really work for us a lot of times. We're acquisitional, but we don't really want to understand. We want to move on to the next thing. And so throwing on the brakes is so counterintuitive to us that it almost feels like we're breaking the entire mechanism of our way of doing things by doing that. But that's just a counterintuitive feeling. Just like the counterintuitive feeling that you're killing your existence, you're destroying yourself by crushing the self, but you're not. You're just crushing a self. And look how, or the self per se, and look how the self does not like that. Look at its defenses. Look at how tricky it is. Look how it starts to blame. Look how it tries to deflect. Look how everything but them. Can't do away with them. That would be killing yourself. But no, you're not going to kill yourself. You're just killing the idea of a self. So it's just how we're built. This is just how psychology works on a certain level. How we block ourselves, how we impair ourselves, how great teachings can fall into the wrong hands for the wrong reasons and still create some good things. So I'm not going to say that, look, people looking for answers in the 50s and 60s, this is the thing. They're not, the impulse to look for something else was not the bad thing. It was just that people looking for things will grab all different types of things. And a lot of it can end up being trash, especially if it's sold as something different, when in fact it's a different form of hooey. So after having served its purpose to godless leftists, it was just supposed to die out like a filthy rag in a corner with the original usurpers of the brand, sort of led into idiocy and demise. But it didn't do that, because even half of the stuff that these initial fools carried over was worth a lot more than they thought. And so without their nonsense, you could fill in the blanks together with a few other credible academicians from the continent, not the French, barring a few exceptions like Montaigne. And you can come to a better understanding of Buddhism today in the West, but because the bankers don't like social organizations uncontaminated with their worldviews, you have these constant attempts by these soft-headed numbskulls to weasel their way into Buddhist organizations and repeat the nonsense that most of their education consists of. Not just nonsense, decisively toxic and misguided attacks on true culture. So there's that, but it's not all bad. It's enough to give you pause. It's probably not enough to go and enjoy what things there are of Buddhism to enjoy there if it's not too expensive, which many of these places are, which also caters to the PMC class that is probably one of the worst the world has ever experienced on this planet in Western civilization. But again, if Buddhism can just be feel-goodism, and everybody, of course the Buddha meant that anybody could be some type of teacher, and we're going to throw all these rules out and just do it our way and call it Buddhism. Yeah, you're not really getting the real thing. So I understand the rush for an alternative and then thinking, well, the Christians, they're so icky because they're not immoral. We want a moralism in this funky new religion of ours. So you see how that can happen. These stories are described. There's many people who describe the crash bang decline of India in detail, and in the later periods, I think in the 5th or 6th century, there were already schools of charlatans that were very active, which led to different schisms and were including just straight up nonsense. This is where a lot of this tantric stuff and other stuff veered off into in later deranged times. But today, deranged people are always looking for deranged things, and so if anybody deranged did something somewhere, they want to include that into whatever it is that they are presiding over. Be they in the form of presentations or ideas or repeatings of nonsense that sounds nice on the surface, but really it wouldn't be nice if everybody thought that way and acted that way, which would also be some type of utopian Blarneyism. That utopian Blarneyists really do like to use in their Blarney. But the factual history of India sort of just stands in the way of all of that. But on our cosmic journey, look at this. We're still on this planet. It's still spinning. We've lost a bunch of old things, and we have the potential of gaining a couple of new things. And there are stupid, toxic environments, and there are less stupid and toxic environments, less stupid, toxic people that are capable of not politicizing religion, and then there are those that aren't. So in that sense, nothing has changed since Buddha's time, since the Tripitaka is full of aggravating, misleading, and misled and stupid people that were super obsessed with their own wrong viewpoints and their own conviction that they were right in all matters. So, but yeah, if you show up and say, "Oh, I'm a Buddhist," and yeah, everything's non-dual, everything's an illusion, and just like flippantly say things like that, don't think that people who are real practitioners think that you sound anything other than a fool. So at certain times, yes, you can think that, but it's not really helpful to repeat that and in any way think you're being profound, because you're sort of being misleading, and you're making spirituality look a little ridiculous and perhaps even dangerous. Nothing's real, I can fly, right? Open the window, here we go. Yeah, who's gonna say that that's a great religion? Everything's an illusion. See, anything can be taken over exaggerated to the point of craziness. And that's not the point of a good religion, is to go crazy in a way that is organized, okay? So I know it's hard. I turn off your navigation when it's counterintuitive in these areas, but don't turn it off completely, and certainly in the wishy-washy world of dilettantism. Okay, it's okay to be an amateur, but it's somewhat embarrassing to be one if you've been at it for a while. And so if you did use it, stop using it. Now you know it's a dumb idea in a lot of ways. And dumb people interpret it in a lot of dumb ways. Because then we're talking about literalists again, which is one of the chief problems of discussing religion, is because you have all these people in the room all of a sudden that aren't samanas, and they think they should be included, and it's hard to exclude them. But on the other hand, you would think they would reflect a little bit more on the funky things they say. Which is why I think having a class of teachers, of monks, of priests is important. Because you might have 10 people that are spiritually inclined, but the most diligent one of the 10 would not say something like that, or tolerate other people saying things like that just for the sake of it, of being polite. Which is to say, the best of the best are the ones that should be leading you, and not ones that just think they're that, or think they picked up a couple of trendy ideas and then all of a sudden they're some type of guru. Which is why no self is always the best. It's always a good idea to think of yourself as a student and not as a teacher. Other students might think you're a teacher based on their level of attainments and insights, which might be zero in many cases. In that case, it's true. Yes, the person who knows how to turn on a vehicle, for example, can teach people that don't know. But just turning on a vehicle is not being a race driver. But it's the path towards that. So we're all on different levels of development. And it's no shame to start off at zero. But it is somewhat of a shame to repeat ideas or profess to know something that is somewhat ambiguous. And then make it some type of big deal. So yeah, the silliness of the spiritual community is there, which has pros and cons. breaking up some of the austere severeness of the East is helpful, but not too much. Right, that you can also make things ridiculous, and then it isn't funny. So it's a very fine line. Now, of course, you would think there would be a little bit more tolerance for some things among some practitioners, but it depends. It really does depend. What is it that you're stating? And then this is the other good part about Buddhism, is that it's open for questions. So if somebody said something, it's possible it was misunderstood. It can be clarified. And also it gives a chance to reflect and say, well, wait a second, you know what, you're right. It's very possible that a question can bring someone to a new insight. And there has to be some tolerance for that, because none of us has pure insight necessarily. We can assume that we don't have it. If we assume we don't have it, if we do have it, it's a good thing anyway, because it's there. But if we assume we don't have it, we don't assume it's there all the time. Which does give us the ability to act as a human being in a human dimension, however, one that is quite keen on not making basic mistakes or repeating them, or even making subtle mistakes if one can discover them. But of course, it's a function of time and practice. How good are your piano skills right now? Don't have any? Well, why? Why haven't you started the practice? You don't have the piano? Well, see? In this practice, you don't need a piano. But how you play, I think your ears will get more tuned the more you practice. Write a journal, day 0 starting piano practice, and then practice piano 3 hours a day, and then write your observations and do that for 1 year. And then when someone else is playing a piano after that year, write down notes, what you notice versus what you would not have noticed had you not practiced. So this silliness in a lot of ways conveys that the people who are that silly don't think it's as important as it is. Which could be a beginner's mistake. I mean, young people don't understand the importance of a lot of things. But gradually, over time, they do. If they are good students. But a lot of older people, just because they're old in years does not mean they have any wisdom at all. Or that they still think it's some type of thing that they can still troll around with. And I think this does indicate that you're dealing with some type of trollish figure, which are these imposters that are sent into religious organizations, is that they just have this flippancy to them regarding certain things. And it does betray their, on some level, contempt of the subject matter with which they are supposed to be taking more seriously. Or more seriously than a commoner. See, even a commoner wouldn't disrespect with the flippancy that a lot of these smart morons have. So yeah, a class of luxury beliefists. So if they have any luxury beliefs, they were in some type of schooling system that normal people couldn't pay for, were excluded from. but all of a sudden they think they belong in front of a bunch of people telling them strange things, then you sort of do get what you pay for. But why would you pay for that if there wasn't a monopoly on that? But if there is, then where are you going to find it? Well, in the West, it's going to be hit or miss. And if we want to take the super egoic route and beat ourselves up about that unnecessarily, you could do that, but why? It's a challenging opportunity to establish legitimate schools that very easily could equal the venerableness of the old Eastern schools if it was done skillfully. But these types of liberties are not something that should be taken lightly. It's really not for everyone, and the good schools, though, will develop, they will establish themselves, and their reputations will be profound. They will be profound when they developed, and they will be profound in the centuries to come. At least for the people that survived the coming times that were able to be exposed to it. If it's authentic, how valuable do you think those schools would be? If you were to put a price tag on it in today's paper and ink. See, Westerners have no idea. What? I don't know. Nothing. The Easterners, it's like gold pyramids. They're seeing them like go up to the sky, the planets. Like they're trying to put all of the gold in the entire world stacked up on top of each other is what they're seeing. Most Westerners just see it like a tumbleweed and a shot out TV and some discarded propane tanks when you say that. But look, wrong view. People can disregard or discard wrong view and adopt right view. That's the practice. Sometimes it's tricky, sometimes it's not. That what is bothering you is your teacher. If you take that approach, you will have the right attitude and you will gain the right insight from the challenges. Now, outside, because of randomness, the strangest of aggravations can take place. But that's what makes them so magical. In a way, they're almost like celestial, unavoidable, comical occurrences, perhaps to challenge you. There's been many a story of many of old wise master that was in the desert and out of nowhere some type of foolish apparition appeared out of nowhere. So imagine how easier it is for Patujanas to be influenced by all different types of randomness as they run out the door even before the sun comes up and slouch back through the door well after the sun has gone down. If they have Zazen practice, that is a way to become a legend, especially if you're in an aggravating industry or have a particularly aggravating life due to sheer randomness and your exposure to it. Many infer that this is what brought Lao Tzu to his elevated teachings, although he certainly had his own teachers in the traditional sense and not this radical sense of using disappointments as teachers. But not just disappointments. See, in the manifestation or transformational alchemical state, you will not be aware of what type of dukkha or cognitive aggravations you might be burning up in your karma burn. You might not know every molecule. In fact, it's good that you just watch the occurrence from a distance. But of course you're experiencing it in the form of heat and also discomfort. You're not really deep inside the chemical reactions, but that's something you can contemplate. What's being fused with what's burning up, what's burning off, and also telling yourself this is necessary. Just like other things, when you have to urinate, it's a discomfort not to urinate. So this, whatever is manifesting in the form of aggravation, is just that. It doesn't really have an explanation other than its presence. So it's a lesson in the sense of a process that will either fade without you really knowing the significance of it. The significance of it was enduring the discomfort of a dysregulated state, or this is, again, dysregulated is a word that already tinges it with a negativity. It is a transformation or a chemical process that, or is it just a neutral process? We don't have to put any. It is a dysregulation, but it's also a new synthesis. Finally, it turning into elixir is the best state when all of the impurities have burnt off, and even if it's only the size of a quarter at the bottom of a dry beaker, just imagine it. You shake the beaker a little bit and it looks like mercury, right? Like pure elixir, quicksilver. And that's what you can absorb, not just in the form of the wisdom of the process and the difficulties and sufferings and not knowings involved in it. And I cannot stress how disconcerting that is for thinking egoically centered people, to be involved in an experiment and not knowing the slightest bit about the alchemical chemistry that's going on, that's leading to a transformation that one isn't quite aware of what that could be. And so unless you have some insight given to you by insightful people to push through, to endure that process, and to take it as a teaching lesson, to learn from it, It might just be that it's trying to force you to detachment from some type of worldly attachment. And you don't want to give it up subconsciously, and this is the battle of bulldogs under the rug. Then you're just seeing the bones being thrown out the sides, right? You don't really know what's going on, who's attacking who. There's a bunch of them. But finally, something needs to be settled, and it's likely some type of a subconscious attachment that needs to be dismantled, or that is falling apart without an ego that's been crushed. So think of your beaker, and you have to crush the ego first and put it in. That's the stuff you burn with the sulfuric acid, and the result of the experiment is, after a perhaps intense, could even be 24, 48, 72 hour burn, karma burn, finally on the fourth day, the process, at least the iteration of it, comes to a closure, and what you have, whatever elixir is left over, which might be a lot less than you thought, given the immense amount of suffering that one felt like one was enduring while that process, which really has no explanation to it, takes its course. And again, it's what is the reason why certain people need to burn more karma off than others? What is the reason? See, a reasoning person wants to know that answer too. These answers will not be given to you in most cases. Maybe in some of the cases, but not in most of the cases. And this is a problem for psychoanalysts, because they need to know. They need to present some type of theory. And if they can't do that, then they failed, haven't they, with their method? And they won't admit that because they're egoically captured. As far as it being the only right scientific method, everything else being baloney, which is an egoic conceit, which is a fetter, which is a hindrance, which is why they don't get it, or only get it to the extent that they do. But in any case, the perspective I'm proposing is to not view dysregulation as a bad thing per se. It's just part of the process. And one should have trust in the process and remain insightful and not awfulize it and not overdo it, over-exaggerate it. Now, when I say that it was seemingly uniquely painful in its own way for some of the reasons, terrifying reasons I just mentioned, such as not really knowing what you're dealing with, faith in the process goes a long way to alleviating those special type of sufferings. Just like when one knows one has the flu, one can make it worse by thinking one is really going to die, when in fact it might just be pretty bad, but not unbearable. So the transformational process, we always want to have the results too. It can't be a transformation unless we have a final result. Like in this case, I said the drops of elixir. Well, it might be that sometimes it's just a karma burn, but because the process wasn't long enough, or you disrupted it, or didn't come to an adequate conclusion, that you might just have underestimated the time you needed and the sincerity, the authenticity that you needed to add to the mixture to get the final burn. And therefore you got nothing but aggravation, and then you feel like you've got no reward. And for acquisitive, impatient, worldly people, that's not really an acceptable result, and so they give it up. And there's really no telling what you're going to get. So if you go into it thinking you're going to get something out of it, you're already in it for the wrong reasons. That if you need to have a reason, you should put it in future lives. And in fact, as the entry fee for this life to get through whatever difficulties or sufferings one is manifesting, especially on a subconscious level. However, I would say most of a pathogenous problems are based on self-attachment. Most. If you get rid of the self, if you get into a self-crushing routine where that is a very strong part of it, if you have bowed 1,000 times, then what is it to bow in a worldly sense when it's required? There is no discrepancy between bowing in your 1 meter monastery here or there. Because you're in the habit of bowing, you have crushed the self. You keep the self crushed. So that the self is not the determinant factor in how you perceive a certain interaction to be, especially with aggravating people. That it's a teaching, it's an opportunity. That it's a provocation for the training to kick in. It's an opportunity. It's a necessity. And only then can you see, well, what is my real practice? So he threw this punch and I was already 1 second, 2 seconds before it hit somewhere completely differently without thinking. And then a second punch comes and it's also like you see it coming and it misses you. But it misses you in an unprovocative way. You don't feel the necessity to respond. Because, of course, good words. Look, good words, we always think that we always run past these good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Good words go a long way. Whereas bad words makes things worse. And timing is really important. And this is also something that autistic people get wrong. Or at least people they call autistic. Always beware of these labels. What spectrum of autism do you have? Or do people think is normal at this time? But coming back to the point, yeah, autistic people, it's about the truth now, and everybody else be damned. And that's really not skillful. Let's not forget that the Buddha, when, all these people came out of nowhere and asked him questions, he didn't answer all questions at the first time. And then they asked him a second time, he didn't answer again. And that's when even the stupidest person should stop and think, do I want to know the answer? See, we think we want to know the answers to all these questions, but really the questions we're asking already indicate unskillfulness. So asking all different types of questions all the time is not skillful either. And also not doubting all things all the time. It's not skillful either. Well, I'm smarter than you. I'll figure out, I'll find some holes in your story. Oh, all that you just said, that doesn't work for me, so I guess everything you said is not useful. If it's all about them, then maybe that would be true. But they think that's true, and they're here, and you're there, and you're no different than me, and all of a sudden you're in some type of back and forth with an unskillful person. And so how much better when you can engage in those types of interactions with the spirit of joy and a spirit of no self. Now, how about that for a superpower? No self, no injuries. No words injure you with no self. The words, they shoot straight through the thin air. Nothing's there. Nothing you can say can affect the mind state of a yogi or samana. Except perhaps joy. Because in that moment, he knows. Going back to the point. The point is see, even in that description, it was hard to convey that the results aren't always clear. They aren't visible. They're metaphysical. And that karma that burned, that it's very good that burned. Even if you disrupted the process and it didn't come to its conclusion, it was still helpful. Because the practice is always helpful. The next time you might allocate more time. Like you might be surprised that you felt like you were going to die for 10 hours straight. But that's what was in your mind for some odd reason. Only later do you gain insight from that. Or you'll just feel just rage for hours on end. Or the monkey mind will just start spinning like a wheel, looking at this, looking at that, looking at this, looking at that, thinking about this, thinking about that, worrying about this, worrying about that. And so the transformative process is aborted without you even realizing it because of these other hindrances that are keeping from deeper stages of prayerful meditation that also have that counterintuitive element of it, which in many cases is this resistance, this induced suffering to tame the heart that is wild. You have a wild heart. This is not easy all the time. Guiding the human heart, taming it, releasing it, bringing it down, extinguishing it, not so easy to do it intentionally. To most people, 5 days later, they might be okay, but between that time, how many unskillful things has happened? possible they're looking at life in prison or a firing squad. Just one mind moment, one wrong decision, one unskillful practice, and the dice have been thrown on them. So, careful practice, putting in the spiritual equity, avoiding foolishness, being wise in practical matters, devoting more time to practice, more dedication. I like that dedication. You could think of that as also part of the alchemical process, or as sulfuric acid symbol. That dedication and that junk inside that, those ingredients inside that beaker, and then the patience to wait it out. It's like a math equation. You need this plus this plus this, and of course the 5 precepts is this goes without saying, this and then this and then. Only then does the production process yield anything. So, to bring back my criticism of the West, there's criticism, but there's great potential. And the danger is that superficiality that does not have the required components. If you're just missing one, you're just more or less spinning your wheels. You're approximating a practice, but you don't really have one. That requires that sincerity, that dedication, that commitment, that tiger style. Coming back to politics for a second. So I think it's really important to know what you're dealing with before you can start constructively dealing with whatever problems you're dealing with. So for example, just imagine there was a company, a water company that was subsidized by the government and set up a water company or whatever. It subsidized the running of it. Then it was privatized, which is to say some insider cronies sold it off to some other outsider cronies, and then they jacked the water prices, and then started dumping sewage into the local waterways. But because they were friends with the other technocrat administrators that close ranks on political monopoly racket influence type game, they never get hit with penalties for that. Or if it went to court, because of the deep pockets, there would be a loophole and the case would end up going nowhere. So there you sort of see public interest and private interest in the gray area in between. So who are the people we're dealing with in illiberal democratic gambits? Well, surprise, surprise, it's not angry mobs, although angry mobs are out there. That's sort of the plug and play model of the left, but let's just call it a PMC, plug and play at this point. These are people that have organizers and financial backing, and head polishers, right? Who's the bad guy? Well, whoever they say it is. You're on board or you're not. um, but they're using sort of the old techniques that the left developed and deployed in a multitude of different countries, some of which they did end up taking over. Not the furthest one away of which is Cuba, which is really a stone's throw away. And it's really strange that you would think like the U.S. State Department would have taken a little bit of more interest in that, but apparently the people that pulled that off had friends. But in any case, political influence, you can see it's mixed up with monetary interests. So we're dealing with a top-down attack. Now, top is what people consider to be the top, but let's say wealthy people, above average wealthy people, corporations, anybody who subscribes to any luxury belief or went to any institution that promotes luxury beliefs to the exclusion of what one could understand to be traditional values in a Western context. So we're dealing with globalists, people that are here, there, the skyscraper class. We're dealing with lobbyists for the financial industry, which is to say also banking, accounting, all of that. So for your political candidates, this is how you vet them. Which schools did they go to? Who do they know? Is it too exclusive? No, that's not the right candidate for your democracy. All the luxury beliefs, look it up online, say what are the top 10 luxury beliefs, and then print that out and ask them if they have any one of those. Because if they do, they're excluded. The luxury belief system is a class warfare system that was deliberately devised to exclude good people, essentially from anything controlled by bad people, which is a whole lot when you have, for example, political control of the banking system and all of the derivative businesses associated with that. Like shell companies owned by banks that might be holding companies for numerous companies that so mysteriously all adopt luxury belief boilerplate all at the same time. Well, that would be an indication that all of those companies need to have an investigation into massive fraud practices. So none of these, PMC class, so manager class, any type of damn manager. Assistant manager from McDonald's, that might be acceptable as a political candidate, but any other went to management school, plus luxury beliefs. Here's another one. They leave a little space open for the upper middle class, but that's it. So guess who doesn't get a free pass or has any social standing in this time of political infamy? Doctors, lawyers, accountants, engineers, tech people. What's the fifth one? How about academia of any kind? They have no status. Starting yesterday, they have zero status socially, politically, or economically. Unless they're a depoliticized person and has a track record of being that. Or let's just say a normal person and not someone that has ever used ideology in any way in their professional or private lives. But in this time of infamy, let it be known that they flipped on the rest of us. Their social standing was so important to them, they brown-nosed their way into luxury beliefs by the ultra-global wealthy. So let's also remember, the global wealthy, they don't give a damn about anything in your country or any of its values. So for people that adopted that mentality, they're not really citizens of your country, are they? Not responsible ones, not good ones, not really anything of the sort. But they would beg to differ. These are the finger pointers that will call you an evil person for some technicality that makes no sense. Oh, the words you use are too harsh. It's hateful. Speech is hateful. It's insightful. He's inciting a mob. He's screaming fire in a movie theater. He has a natural affinity for people just like himself. He's a hater. It's just, he won't throw everything together and that won't work. But we say it will. He won't go along with that type of game, so he's out. He's the devil in some way. So these people, they scream in unison. They're lobbyists. Oh, that's another thing. Lobbying, that's illegal activity. Oh, or let's not call it illegal. Let's be technical on technocrats that have closed ranks on the democratic process for decades now, barricaded themselves in and predated upon the public, massively defrauding the public. They close ranks, yeah, so that their little decisions do get passed, get rubber stamped. And investigations, they get shut down. When was the last time these damn banks were audited? That's a funny question. Ask that question, everybody gets silent. And audited by who? One of their companies that they own. Private company is what they call it. But they're private companies, aren't they? Everything's so private. But they're working for the public interest. No, their proxies are, that's what they say. Because they're such great actors, they only pay for the best. Their legal representation is better than you can imagine. So, but here's how you spot them. There are countries all around the world deploying the same type of people by the same type of interest. So the globalization thing, that does connect them. So how about this? Being involved with any of these globalist entities, NGOs, business forums, you name it, they have nothing to do in your politics. They should be identified and put to a vote, and you should not vote for them. Not a single solitary person making less than $10 million per year should vote for them. Because you rest assured, these people driving around, flying around in private jets with legal impunity, they don't give a damn about your communities, the way you work. And that's another thing. These immigrants they're supposedly helping, that is just to destroy the labor market. The working man, guess what? There's 10 coolies that they illegally human trafficked into your neighborhoods to take any little step and fetch a job that they're offering at a impoverished rate, which is higher than the Sudan at this moment. but not where you live. But soon it might look like Sudan where you live. But in the gated communities and gated airports, where the big players are, they don't notice what happens over the fence. And whatever challenges they might have in life, if they can throw a couple million at it, I'm sure they can sleep easier at night doing that. Whereas you, that gets brained with a plumber's wrench and working for $7 an hour on an unregulated construction site for rent that you can't pay because the prices are higher than a normal person can afford. You're just a statistic, an economic statistic that they don't care about at all. And they proved it with their policy decisions, their actions. So these are all illicit crimes at this time, but with the passage of one bill, these would all be formally recognized as illegal attacks on your political, social, and economic system. So that's what you're looking at. You're looking at ultra wealthy people, their proxies and organizers. And they have it based on the political control that they have over these political stooges that you need to start vetting more for this attack vector. It is an attack on democracy. And the people doing it, again, they don't think of themselves as really citizens of your country in the same sense that you feel that way. So your city gets nuked, they don't care. They will move someplace else. But you get nuked, and even worse than nuked. That fentanyl and all that, they let that happen. So it's illicit today. In a few years, it will be considered to have been illegal during the time that these atrocities were committed. But rich people got thick ears as long as that money keeps rolling in, and they're ready to send any goober in front of a camera to keep that magic process happening. So that's who you're dealing with. And all the security and goons they can afford and influencers, those are just the cherries on top of what you're looking at. So the bottom, Renomobs with ideological hatred that's off the chart, lunacy, that you can pick them out these days too. They're sort of their worst step and fetches. Many of them have deeply rooted mental illnesses that have been mistreated, have been politicized, to the point of mass violence and crime, which doesn't affect the millionaire game at all. That's just the cost of doing business. Because if the public is running here and there, kept at the subsistence level, that's one of their control techniques. That's as Russian as vodka. And they exported that into Eastern Europe, and they have a global jet set too. It's just a 95.5 kind of illiberal democracy. Oh yeah, by the way, they do go through those affirmation rituals, they call them, elections. Rubber stamp ceremonies of self-congratulatory claptrap. That's the other thing. These corporates that came out of their own marketing departments, they'll say absolutely anything to the public that they deem to be wise to present themselves in such a way. Because they figured out PR. They're big into it. Every day they're thinking how their PR needs to look. what they need to say, how to address the issues with just a wink and a magic wand. Tell them what they want to hear, essentially. What do they want to hear? Tell them that. 365/7. Have your phone number. It's on there. They can call at any time. Have somebody update some reason why something's happening that works for us. Corporate types, yeah. So they might have had a good reputation. They might never have had. But now the reputation is mud. So luxury beliefs, have them sign off. They have to say no to each one of those. Come from an affluent background, upper middle class background, and I do mean lawyers. I don't want to see a damn single one lawyer running for political office. There should be a 15-year moratorium on any lawyer anywhere running for any office for any reason, in any place. 15-year moratorium. Anyone working for financial industry, Wall Street, how about this, a Fortune 500 company, 15-year moratorium until the sludge is flushed out. And criminals brought to a trial and brought to justice. Also, all these damn big, whatever, like I said, banks shut them down. Don't need them anyway. And don't do it before you set up an alternative. Get up to 3 banks that work according to the new principles with no relationships at all to the screw ups of yesterday. And that's what you do. Just watch it. Again, they're going to try to get screwball proxies past whatever filtering you set up. But what the filtering system I just mentioned, that should catch like 95% of them at this time. So Ireland, there they are. UK, Australia, US, Canada. Canada is just, it's outrageously misguided at this point. It's been captured by these types of interests. Also look at the people they bring in on visas and stuff. That indicates the lands, the countries that are hostile to your country. Because who would do that otherwise? It's insanity on the face of it. It's anti-humanistic fact that suggests the ill intent of everyone and everything, every bit of a country that would allow some operation like that to be conducted from its soil. So-called allies that have become corridors for this crap, they ain't your friends. But they're friends with people who have money, but that's it. They still want to have that credibility too, but don't give it to them and exclude them. They're engaging in illicit activity on a scale that really defies comprehension. But once you just can say, well, that it's just not good. Whatever they're doing, it's not good. And this is where it's coming from. So filter them out, have standards. You want to say you're a democracy, prove it. The public votes these fools in. So the public votes them out. They don't want to go. That's where the public knows how far things have gone. And if it is that far, what's the point of living in denial? What do you think is going to be there for you in 5 years if trends continue? Well, if you need a crystal ball, look at places that are more exposed to these types of global actors like Venezuela, and then look at how the people live there. Cuba, another one. Are they communists? Well, they'll think up something else tomorrow, maybe, and then they'll say they're that. They're Canadians, yeah. The Cubanians. Just, oh, that's the other thing. Any type of cultural attacks, cultural inversions, appropriation, substitutionism, psychological attacks of any kind, cultural attacks of any kind. These people, they're all illicit at this point. But someday, they're going to be charged for that. Especially to the degree to which they conducted those types of shameful activities. And it really doesn't matter who does it to who. You could go to Bantus and tell them they're bad people and this is why they have to do this instead of that and mess up their culture. That's a crime against Bantus. So if it's done to any European country or Western country, that's a crime against their people. It's a crime against their culture. It's a cultural war crime. So big company did it, not some foreign country. Well, they might as well have been a foreign country. Just a different way of dealing with alien attack. Alien predation. That might be a new definition. Any kind of alien predation is a crime. Alienation. So, and then as far as their assets, all of it gets seized. Why should a criminal profit by illicit activity, whether it took place in one day or over the course of decades? So, and I want to stress that nobody wants to have to deal with problems or problems like this. I've said it before, I'd say again, I'd rather saw off my left hand than have to deal with any type of nonsense like this. People like this, classes like this, luxury believers like this, economic systems like this, cultures like this. I really would. I cannot express in words the toxicity and negativity I've experienced in my life based on all of these factors. And I'm sure people out there have even worse stories. But doing nothing, it really isn't the right thing. And doing nothing means also not even talking about it or noticing what's going on. So if you think describing the problem is doing nothing, it's really not. Understanding the problem is also not nothing. Now, how we go about resolving the problem, that it really is a whole new different level, but that needs to, at some day, the sooner the better, we need to come to civic, public, rational decisions about all of these things that we are facing at this time. And if we don't, we are looking at total annihilation. Or slavery, plantationism 2.0. So, what's a civic value? Civic value is you should be wealthy if you are contributing to the benefit of one's society. If you are not doing that and are still wealthy, there's no civic basis for your wealth. But people really have trouble with that, because it really does elude them as good people, the level of theft and treachery that we are dealing with at this time on a systemic level, based on the classes I just outlined, the globalist class and the upper middle class sellout PMC class, the commissar class, the minder class, the alt-left class, the social status points are high class with a inverted humanitarianism class. Something that won't work, a utopian trope, ideological conformity test for wealth guarding purposes of the plantationist class. Morality, play, kind of boobus, lowless, boobus, lowest maximus. We can define them as a new species of social class. The guts ripped out and stuffing replaced in class. Was it stovetop oven? What was it? Stuffing, stovetop stuffing, stove. What's that brand? That's what they got inside those little diced pieces of dried bread with some crumbs. Stovetop stuffing, that's it. That's what they got inside. So don't vote those in. Or anybody else that would be on their golf courses, helipads, guarded compounds, luxury islands, or whatever else these maniacal fools are interested in. So it's not the best report, but we just keep taking those baby steps, don't we, towards a brighter future. So keep things optimistic. I like walking into a room. Hey everybody, guess what? I'm bringing the optimism. I know things are terrible, but let's be optimistic. Once they're gone, things are going to be looking up. And see, they don't like that either. They don't like any type of alternative that's off-key, because they do look as bad as they are if you look close enough. We're talking levels of crime these people are involved in off the charts. Death statistics, neo-opium war, level of criminal negligence and complicity. These people are guilty on a level beyond all comprehension. Certainly beyond their comprehension. The only thing that works for them is their malignant narcissism and sadism. That's about it. And the schemerism. And not giving a damnism. But that's it, really. Other than that, nothing at all, except them riding high in this life on the backs of others. So identify them, vote them out, don't let them in, and don't give them a rest. Don't buy their spin. Don't buy their newspapers. Don't listen to their shills. Don't get worked up by their crazy political karabukiisms. Do not watch their talking heads, or if so, do it in a completely different way like they do in illiberal democracies. Buy the rumor, sell the news. I understand now a little bit more about the retreat concept for people living a lay life. This is where you do go 3 or 7 or 10-day retreat, which means you go into the monastery and you live like the monks do. Because you need to have total separation from your life. All of its demands, people wanting something, It's just a complete break. And then starting the self-crushing process, because that's really what it is. When you get down, when you bow, when others bow, when you put yourself into these stress positions, sitting is a stress position, and sitting in a cross-legged position, or lying, I like the face down. Hands stretched out in the front, feet stretched out in the back, face down. Hold that position for 15 minutes straight. And whatever you're manifesting, whatever aggravation, just let it manifest. You have to feel it. If there is suffering and aggravation there, if there is pain there, you're going to have to go through it. That's the whole exercise. This is not sadism. This is the practice. You have to reabsorb all of the negative energies to dissipate it. You have to burn off the karma. And there's no other way around it. We are strange, psychomechanical beings. And if we have on our subconscious all of these things that are bothering us, we have to go through it. We have to confront, absorb, burn, dissipate, fade the emotional side of the trauma, which is sub-rational. We want to talk our way out of it. We want to tell our primitive mind, our feeling mind, that everything's been taken care of. It's done. That was years ago. The problem is with trauma is that it was so supercharged with emotion that it went all the way down into the depths of your being. And there, it's still emanating influence. It's still manifesting. It could be, and that's the reason why you might be in a bad mood. Why your attitudinals are predisposed to be negative. You get up, you don't see any opportunity, you just see problems. Someone else gets up, they don't have any of that, they just see all of the potentialities. Why is that? Well, your subconscious could be negatively predisposed and charged, which is most likely the case. That is the explanation. It's not you, it's not yours, it's just this complex process. It's almost like a gullet, right? Once you get the food, you eat the food, you know what you're eating. That's the conscious mind. Then you swallow it, right? And then it's in your stomach, it's in your body. You can't, there's only one way out, right? But people are emotionally constipated. They're not releasing that negativity because they're not going through the difficulty of exiling or exercising all of that negativity that they have accumulated that they might not be consciously aware of. That is negatively influencing them to the extent that it is. Really, any little iota of it is not good. But it requires you to go into the depth of 3 or 7 days or 30 days, because if the mind even thinks it has a vague time constraint, it will think that it's impossible to exercise whatever the pain level is. And again, this pain that's in there, this could also be extra pain based on a neuroatypical sensitivities. Okay? It was our first role in the school play, and we put in so much work, and after it all, we bumbled the lines, and the audience booed. Sounds like a ridiculous story, right? But for the little kid that took it the most serious he could at the time and had very delicate sensibilities, that could lead into a lifelong phobia of public speaking. That could lead to a phobia that could negatively influence a whole bunch of other things. And that is the reason. It's the little scared kid somewhere trapped down in the emotional dungeon that's not being given the treatment that the emotionally chargedness of that event is not being absorbed or thrown out, burnt up. So it's a very strange thing. So it has nothing to do at all with the rational mind. So all of the tools of the ego aren't effective. It's not. You cannot rationalize your way out of subsumed emotional pain. The only way to get rid of it is to burn it out. In other words, the process wasn't finished. It wasn't burned off. You didn't come to a adequate burning of that event. So it's an incomplete burn that is still manifesting below the surface. But of course, in order to open up the ego, to relax or crush the ego to the point that these things can surface, you then need to have the right environment that is not shutting that process down, because it's very delicate. It's like, again, releasing the bowels after that have been constipated, because the muscles are all tightened up because your stomach feels bad. So your muscles are reacting to that. But it's keeping it in instead of first relaxing the muscles, drinking enough fluids to keep things flowing, and then just sitting there until nature takes its course. And you can't force it. You set the conditions, and the body stress positions, they help. Because that's the language that the primitive mind understands. So you put yourself in a pressing position, your sitting position. That is a language that the primitive mind understands. You put yourself in the position, it knows what to do, or it knows what you're trying to do. Like when you sit on the toilet, that's the signal, okay, bowels, this is the right place for this. And then the bowels release. And they don't do it before you give it that physical signal, hopefully, if you've been trained that way. So meditation is a training for the releasement of these stored negative energies and the burning up of them, and allowing that process to happen and not disrupting it before it can take place. Otherwise, it's somebody, you just get into the bathroom, you close the door, and then bang, 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 somebody's knocking on the door, here, get out. That's the equivalent. You're not going to get past the level of emotional constipation that you have if that's happening to you. Because then you're just going to be in that mindset, I got to do this, I got to do that, this and that, this and that. Your psychology becomes operative and not contemplative or unrestricted. Your hand is cramped on the defilements, on the unburned karma. It's not going to let it go. Coming back to that saying, a man will give up any and all of his pleasures before he gives up his suffering. And if you don't think that's not true, look at these bums out here. There they are, laying on the street. Gave up everything, but they're suffering. Ask them how they're doing. And then ask them to tell you the truth. And the truth is, they feel so bad that they can't function normally. because they're in a type of pain that they don't quite understand, that has a grip on them. What do? They throw alcohol at the problem, or drugs, because they're just trying to numb the pain. So you want to think of it in terms of a skin disease. Yeah, it's beneath the surface. But you have to, using like a hot cloth and enough self-care, you have to then allow that boil that's underneath the surface then to rise to the surface and finally be drained out. I think draining is a good metaphor, because it is like that. You're just, when it's burning and it's draining out, and there's going to be emotions. A lot of people just start crying. Somebody that hasn't done it for years, 10 years of stored up pure rage based on all of these aggravating things going on out there these days. Some people just buckets. They cry buckets, and they're still not done. They have to extend from 3 days to 10. Now look, sometimes these injuries that we have, they're legitimate, but sometimes they aren't, right? Like that little kid, come on, if he just had a little bit of perspective, a little bit of distance, he wouldn't have taken it that hard. But taking it that hard, that leaves a karmic imprint on these nether regions, and their personality distorting, their attitudinal distorting, and their constant negative weight that is beyond the rational, and it's also beyond the reach of the rational. The ego wants it to stop now, so what does it do? Well, it goes to the easy solution. And what feels good? Feels better than sitting with something, manifesting something, not knowing that that's the process that one has to go through in order to release that energy, or the process, or having any understanding of that. They just know that it feels hellish to do it, and so they give up. It's common. You don't keep your hand on a burning stove, but in this case, meditation, oh yeah, you do. You stay with the heart. Especially when it's aggravated, especially when it's disappointed, especially when it feels like it's dying, especially when it feels like it's being challenged on a fundamental level and wants to run away, or wants to do something else, or wants to throw the process, but you have scheduled the time and you're going to outlast it. Just with the simple technique of keeping a face planted down practice. 15 minutes that way, turn over, 15 minutes that way, on a hard floor with a beach towel. Wooden floor works great. Maybe with a rug on top. Not too comfortable. And why is it not too comfortable? When you're pressing on your skin to push the contents of a boil to the surface, you need to apply pressure. And that pressure of gravity, that's also Mother Nature. Right? You can think of that. You can think of the elements, right? The fire, water, air, earth. You can think of the 4 heavenly directions. And just stick with the process and realize, yeah, all of this doesn't really have a rational explanation. It might have also been your oversensitivity, which is ridiculous, and yet there it is. It could also be past lives beyond your comprehension. A lot of stuff gets burned off. You think you caught what it was. You don't know what it was. You don't need to know. That electrical charge, it could be coming from the cosmos. People during solar flare events have all different types of problems just because of that. It could be electromagnetic. All of these things are way more complicated than human beings are aware of at this time. I mean, they might be aware of it on a high scientific level, but on the individual level, there's a lot more going on than you realize. So don't personalize any type of pain that you're manifesting. Don't give yourself a story, a narrative. You're not defective. You're not wrong. And the suffering is bearable. Just remember that. No matter how bad it feels, just realize it's bearable. When you reach the height of what you believe to be emotional incapacity, it's still nothing like getting run over by an 18-wheeler. It's not even close. There's a lot worse things out there. How about like a broken knee? Or resetting a leg with pins? People go through horrible operations all the time. You can't lay face down for 15 minutes and face whatever discomforts your heart and mind might be manifesting for unknown reasons. You can't be brave enough to do that. And then extend from 15 to a half hour to 3 hours, depending on the results. Because that's the other thing about the pus underneath the surface. You might push it down, you might get a whole lot out for 1 hour session. But then the returns begin to diminish. You might feel that bliss. You might want to stay there. But maybe not. Maybe that's the time to break because you got maximum results on your time, and then do the same thing tomorrow. And then you'll find that the new pus that comes out a whole lot more, a whole lot faster. And there's maybe a whole lot less of it. Which is to say you prick the primitive mind with these stress positions, and that's the dialogue that you're setting up. Like, okay, I've allotted you time. You have my full attention. And at the same time, I will be checking the superego from criticizing or blaming, and I will be keeping the ego protectionist measures at bay, which feels like it's an existential crisis, that its judgment is being called into question. Because it just doesn't, if something is bad, it doesn't want to manifest it. But this is a deliberate manifestation in order to lance the boil. So by taking the stress position, you set up that inner dialogue. So here I am, I've given you time, no worries, I'm sitting on the pot, let it fly. The door is locked, there's enough toilet paper, this is your time. You gotta go. Oh, 5 minutes, you're not ready yet? All right, we got 10. It's open end. And yeah, it might feel disgusting too also. Just, here you are, grown man, grown woman, whatever, crying like a baby. It feels disgusting. It's grotesque. It's awful, horrible. Throwing up feels horrible too, but then afterwards that relief. Wow. Yes, doesn't that feel great? Whoa, it feels like just a boulder, a pure bedrock has just fallen from my shoulders. I was worrying about this and that, and now, wow, what? This is this is the real deal. This is real. And if you have one of those experiences, really congratulate yourself. There are people that go to the grave with that same stuff that you burned off. They take that to the grave and beyond. They never confront it. They never burn it. And you see these people. They're shriveled up. Their faces are contorted. Terrible mood. Anything you say can throw them off the handle. accusatory, paranoid, delusional, egoically captured, looking for their next hit of dopamine, just running away from themselves in some type of panicked denialism. Don't want to be alone with themselves. And this is the other thing. See, people go nuts when they go into solitary confinement because they're then confronted with all of their demons. People say this. Well, demons, you think of it in the programming sense, these are just the subconscious processes that are autonomously running. Because, of course, the egoic mind doesn't want those things running. But they're running anyway. They have their own power, you see. And that's that power, that emotional power that has anchored it on such a deep level. And that's what needs to be burned up in the purification process. The crucible needs to be perfectly sterilized, perfectly purified, before the stuff from the lower regions can begin to rise up and burn off. And yeah, the superego, you've got to watch it, you got to block it. It'll come up and try to want to shut it down. It's going to try to be the person that says, get out of the hospital bed right now and give me 50 push-ups. That's the superego. Oh, you can't do that? You know what you are? You're a loser. You're broken. You're a whim. That's that superego voice. It's going to come in and do that. Can you imagine that? You're sitting there at your little kid brother, and let's say a father figure comes in and plays that type of role. No, stop healing. The healing process is over. There's 1 hour was the time allotted to this, so get up and get moving. And playing the little wimp game with them. That's the equivalent of your superego trying to do that to you. Right, your little kid brother. In a way, it's the id. It's the id mechanism. But it's the id that is being emptied, and of the bile bag of the id is being emptied, and it's being flushed out and replenished with the Holy Spirit. So that's another level of refinement. But the release part is the main part. And that's gonna, for beginning practitioners, that could take a year, easy, depending on your age. If you've lived on this loony planet up to the age of 40 or 50, you might have massive amounts, just unbelievably massive amounts of calcified, stuck on aggravations. And this is just part of our times. I think if we want to call this age smart moronism, then again, we might have thought that all those images and all those bad movies and commercials and socioeconomic political policies and all of that was normal or acceptable or something, but on a very deep primitive level it wasn't or isn't. And depending on your personality type. Now, if you were born to be free and independent and loved and cherished and respected, then it's understandable that if you didn't have any of that your entire life, in fact, an incessant attack by a bunch of despotic weirdos, that's just times people can live in. Okay, I don't think Poland was like that in the 15th century, but in different places, maybe that was true. Somebody can write in the comments. But yeah, of course, different places, different times, different conditions, forms and conditions, randomness, all of those things play a factor. It doesn't really matter. Don't get into the blame game. Get in the disengagement and purification game. And then, of course, you can decide to re-engage. See the arrow going around in a circle with the dot. Re-engage, reapproach reality after these karma burn sessions incrementally and in a way that you find conducive to your best health, spiritual and otherwise. You want too many. You have too many disappointments. Maybe you want too many things. So reduce that. Do I need that? I don't need that. Oh, do I need to make 100,000? What about 10? Is 10 enough? What's less aggravation? What is more congruent with dignity, civility, and respect? And no matter how much money is involved, do that. But don't feel compelled to just have to do anything because you're not running away from yourself. You are in the practice of consistently and persistently testing yourself, sometimes in extreme ways, but in ways that you can always come out ahead because you're going to be the one burning the karma and not the karma burning you, which is the way that whole process usually works. And that is beneficial. That is an accomplishment. That does put you in the supernormal camp. Whoever you are, it doesn't matter where you were born. You have that skill, you're in the supernormal camp. Your life, some people will have a normal life, you will have an exceptional life. In real terms, it doesn't matter. The externals really don't matter. You'll be okay. But there's not a lot about that process that's fun, especially when you're in peak burn and not really having any clue how long or how much is there, or your mind is trying to jump around, trying to figure out what it could be, and again, all those accusations, all the criticism, the critics ready to start at any moment. But it's a worthwhile practice. It really is necessary for spiritual health. And you see, we didn't even talk about religion. We didn't say, hey, God has to do this for you. It's the other way around. If you purify yourself in this way, you're then a worthy vessel for the Holy Spirit. But if it's full of holes and full of gunk, that's not where the Holy Spirit is stored. It's not the proper container. You have the proper container, you just have too many defilements. So even if it gets splashed on, it's not all that good. So you need to work on that, emptying the bin inside on a regular basis, sterilizing it, letting it burn. So plan ahead, plan accordingly. And maybe prepare for it. It's and have some compassion, especially in the worst times when maybe your super ego is screaming at you, and it's very painful at the same time, where you almost feel like you're going to break. Revert to compassion. You are a living being. You have an emotional dimension. The emotional dimension is not rational. Even if other people said that, them booing you off the stage and your external validation predilection is unwise, you did it anyway. And the causality of that is suffering. And that suffering hasn't been burnt to the extent that it needs to, until it is fully burnt into the fine powdery ash. Only then can the phoenix rise from the ashes. Returning to this iteration of a purification procedure, there was someone commented that I'm not really fond of this description of ego death, because the ego doesn't die. Oh no, it doesn't really die. It just feels like it does for a moment, because it's you reasserting authority outside of ego. And that's just part of the process, that the crushing of self is a part of that as well. And depending on how hardened your self is and how much gunk is on it is how long the karma burn process is going to take. And it should be a daily practice, but a daily practice might not be severe enough to provoke a transformation, provokes a breakthrough. Because this stuff is under layers, under wraps. One feeling when you start getting down into the depths of what's really bothering you, it's almost like going through layers of saran wrap. You're just pushing, you're starting to feel an elasticity until it finally breaks. And when it does, it's almost like an IV bag in your brain breaking, and a lot of people just start weeping uncontrollably sometimes for hours and days, because they have to burn this karma off. There's no other way to do it. These are emotional traumas. They could be based on misperceptions. They could be based on over-exaggerations. They could be based on childhood karmic phobias, past lives, whatever it is. There's no rhyme or reason to it. So the physical level and the level of symbology is the level upon which the id is operating. The id is the animal, so be kind to the animal. Don't mistreat it, try to understand it. You have to build and maintain the bridge. And these are animalistic reactions. These are expressions of pure rage. These are defilements that are emotionally charged. And just like ticks on a dog, the id doesn't know how to get these things off of it. They're still bothering the id. Why are you angry? Well, the id's angry. Why is the id angry? Well, there's this submerged, super emotionally charged memories, thoughts floating around down there, causing the id suffering. Something is unresolved. This person or event made you extremely angry. On the id side, you should have ripped them apart. You should have attacked like a rabid dog. That's what the id would do. But you didn't, and then you put some nice little sugar coating over that, some philosophical sugar you sprinkled on that. But that karmic wound has not healed the karmic dilemma on the id level, and you're not communicating with the id level because it's not natural to communicate with the id level. It takes those types of extreme reapproaches to the id, and being greeted with pure hatred and contempt and derision and everything else that a mad dog could greet you with, that you have kept locked away and mistreated every time it tries to come in. No, I don't want to have any of this suffering right now. No, can't deal with this now. No, let me take a drink instead. No, I'm not dealing with you. I'm not gonna entertain you. I'm not gonna imbibe in this sorrow. I'm not gonna imbibe in this what you think is not necessary, but it is. Oh yeah. You don't think your car needs an oil change, but it does. You don't think so, but it does. It should need one. But did you check the oil? Do you know? Are you an expert? What if it does? If it does, you need to do it. And it might not be easy. The car you're driving, it might be difficult, way more difficult than other models. It might be uniquely difficult to your circumstances. In fact, I know it is. Your oil can, it's got rust on top of being hard to reach. So it's janky like that. And there's no real manual, so you're just going to have to fiddle with it. So bring the patience along. Time constraints, forget about it. Other priorities, forget about it. Oh, I don't need to take a dump. Let me just go out here and run around this here world. No time for taking dumps. Too busy. I'm just A-okay. Right? Just imagine Chris Farley saying that with like that type of rage smile he forces himself to contort his face into. That's the way it's funny because that's the way most Westerners are rolling around. They haven't taken an emotional dump in a long time and they don't know how. They've got their staple cures, alcohol and drugs, and it's on to the next thing. Mission accomplished. What, you need more than I do? You must be really messed up. Well, you're pretty messed up yourself, aren't you? Because you haven't even taken the first step to confront who and what you are, the life's purpose, structuring your life in a meaningful way, not in a materialistic one. Yes, life can be meaningful if you make it meaningful. And just finding a comfort zone and degenerating in it and vegging in it isn't really all that big of a human accomplishment. That's basic. So you're over-invested in material things, they're invested in you, they're your chains. I can't move, what would I do with all this stuff? You made it difficult for yourself. The monks that sleep on the hard floor, look, they're not crying when they need to move. When they move, they move. It's forms and conditions. They're flowing with the conditions. And when they, you know how much hard mats, hard surfaces there are on this earth to sleep on? There's a lot more than you think. But if you have to be comfortable all the time, you see how that it is a lot harder to achieve. And then, lo and behold, you get the comfort. And then where is the comfort? Well, it's your mind needs to have the next thing to be comfortable, and on and on. Well, what part of the mind is that? Well, that might be the id. That might be something that's greedy. That's something that's craving something, craving comfort. But what helps awareness? Well, austerities help awareness. They help wake you up. They alert you. Hey, look at this gravity pushing me down onto this concrete here. This is a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call to ego and id. Look, ego, you're so great. Here you are on the damn ground. Like a sack of dirt that essentially you are. If you just stop moving, your body would revert to essentially a couple of sacks of dirt. It's made of earth element. And now you're reconnecting to the earth in a intentional way. And you're feeling gravity. Gravity is real. There is nothing funky about it. It's just like the breath, though. We don't really or aren't aware of it until we put ourselves in connection with it. And we should do that more often in a mindful way. There are forces and realities outside the ego. That's where the whole universe lives. But inside these little gas balls, things can get toxic real quick, especially if it doesn't get its way. Oh, I wanted this to be exactly like this. I wanted them to say this and do that. And all of that didn't happen. And now I'm completely miserable. Well, whose fault is that? That's right, the architect of your own misery. So change your architecture. You know what style you've been working with up until now? It stinks. You know it. Trust yourself. Do something else. Live outside, right? Live under a tarp for a while. Somewhere where bothersome people aren't around and you're not distracting yourself from the interior work that people need to do to build up resistance or resilience. Resistance to defilements, resistance to monkey mind, and resilience in general. Raising your energy level from low to high. See, that's also has nothing to do with cognition. Although you can use cognition to help raise your energy level, but you can do it in the stupidest ways that the id will pick up on. 2 tennis balls going up and down, back and forth, juggling them in front of your eyes. I wish all living creatures well. Just repeat that to yourself. Get those balls juggling, that yellow color moving into the eyes. Maybe do it in the sunlight, in a picturesque landscape. When the sun is just coming up over the fields that are full of dew and wildflowers. And it's the energy. You're just raising your energy. I wish all living beings well. I don't have to say that. I don't have to think that, but I'm intentionally doing that. And isn't it great that we have all these wonderful creatures, this wonderful world, these wonderful planets, these wonderful stars, the wonderful teachings of the wonderful teachers, all of the artists and shamans and healers and producers and makers of beautiful, wondrous things that have so generously shared them with us all, be they insights, be they just being there. Being on this journey together in this mind moment. So don't seek out comfort. Don't get into a nesting mode. Now, of course, this depends on the audience. For men, don't get in the damn nesting mode. Women are excused in that area. But men, you can get caught up in whatever little bunghole you've dug yourself into. our hands and feet and legs and minds and everything else were not built for this type of sedentary, materialistic lifestyle. Producing things we don't need for people we don't like type of syndrome. That's not the reason why we're on this planet, despite other people thinking that possibly. Also maniacal ones or groups or political ideologues, or you name it. Any type of group of people is more difficult than a solitary practitioner. Now, if you're lucky and you should be discriminating and you bump into some Kalyana Mittas, cherish them because they are priceless. But they are not a substitute for individual practice. Never were, never will be. They can be a crutch if you're that weak. If you can't push through, if it's not your destiny to synthesize dark and light elements, id and superego, in a compassionate trifectorate, then maybe it's the next life. But maybe it's not as far off as you think. Maybe all it needs to be is right here, right now. So as far as internal dialogue goes, ask yourself, what would be the most challenging thing I can do under the circumstances right now? What would be the most honorable thing, the most heroic thing? Every once in a while, that's not to say you do it, but that you just think to yourself, what would be the most dynamic thing? What would be something that would really be a zing banger? What am I capable of right now? Am I settling for something? Am I settling for comfort? Is it spiritual practice? Maybe I need to go on a journey. Maybe I have to put myself to the test. Maybe I have to challenge myself more. Nobody wants that, right? The id doesn't want that. Fear is a mind killer. Time constraints are a mind killer. Greed, ill will, and delusion are mind killers. But in a state of pure, serene reflection, what would be something that would challenge you? And what is keeping you from doing that? And maybe it's about the challenge, and that's what life is about. Manifesting through challenges, via challenges, embracing adversity, using it as a catalyst, looking for it, choosing it. Not letting it come to you, that's the easy way. Seeking it out. What is the difficult thing, and where is the time frame open-ended? And what is worth doing at this time, and in a way that you deem fit. And don't do it if you feel that you're compelled to do it. It's a crazy thing. Like after a breakup or a divorce, many guys go out and buy a fancy car. What is that? Class case compensation. Trying to heal some type of internal injury with some external sign of compensation for what is an interior loss. Does it work? No. Now, where it doesn't work with things, it can work with challenges. So if that life you were living, or the whatever type of arrangement you were working up towards falls apart, maybe you move to a different city to work for a company that turns out that the department is run by someone that you have a personality conflict with for no other reason, then that is your unlucky fate. Well, then that was it. That was the learning experience. You might not know immediately what benefit that had, but that was just part of the journey. When you're wandering through the woods and you take a left and you should have taken a right and then you have to backtrack, that's just part of the process. If you have any different expectation than that, then you're engaging in some form of perfectionism, which is ridiculous. See, that's that delusionality of optimization or accomplishment or achievement. I achieved it, but I should have achieved it easier than I did. That's something a superego will come in. Oh, criticism is the other mind killer. So who criticizes a lot? Oh man, superego. Listen to some of your internal dialogues. It comes out critical or judgy, preachy. The ego does that too. Knows better. Ever hear one of these sly, snide comments, self-talk? Then you know what's in play. So don't be swayed by it. Catch it. And be happy you catch it. And then also drop it. And then also consider your practice. Well, maybe I have to do some austere body weight position now for 5 minutes just to make sure whatever shot that arrow in my direction flies on away. As sort of a discipline measure, right? Like a dog that will snap at you has to sit in a certain position for 5 minutes as a sign of your own disapproval. See, you're reestablishing authority. More of a preeminent authority, a higher authority. Which, if you didn't do that, you would not be in the authority. The dog is ruling you. The dog snapped at you. The dog doesn't care. The dog will snap at you in 5 minutes. Maybe it will bite you next time. You don't know how to deal with the dog. The dog doesn't like you. You're stuck with the dog. Till you figure that relationship out. And being bottom dog to a bad dog, that's no way to live. But that's how a lot of people are living out there. Because they have no sense and they have no discipline, they have no techniques, well, guess who rules? You ever see dog owners that are like that, little softies on their dogs, and how annoying it is to watch them? And their dogs that are poorly behaved, and how miserable the owners are, and yet they just carry on throughout the years, these types of misguided relationships that are sadomasochistic. Yeah, don't be like that. Don't be that type of dog owner to yourself. Your German Shepherd should be perfectly trained. And then, guess what? He's a great friend to you. It will bark when something is wrong. It will protect you. It will do what it is trained to do and not what it's not trained to do. Although within limits, a dog is a dog. You will never have a perfect dog. You will just have a dog. A good dog. A good old bad dog. That's one way of looking at it. But yeah, this process, it's not done overnight. It's going to take time. You have to set the parameters. You have to set your boundaries. You have to create space for yourself. And then your practice needs to be damn dedicated. This sing-songy stuff and, oh, we're all together and let's have a positive time. No, this is scrubbing a scuzzy floor type work. It's not glamorous. Not yet, not in the beginning. At some point, you can cruise and coast. But in the beginning, it's rough work. And if you started later and you're from the West or the East, any damn type of Padugina, man, these Eastern Paduginas are hard baked too. Don't think for a second they aren't. 996ers, that's about as close to an automation as you can get. But Westerners, man, if you have not gotten into this purification game and you're around 40 or 50 or God forbid older, this could kill you. It won't just feel like you're dying, it might just kill you. Like you might have a heart attack. That's how much stored up gunk a lot of you are traveling around or carrying around. Oh no, I'm fine. Everything's fine, they say. It's just like, it's those types, really. And then, oh, what happened? Well, he died under mysterious circumstances. Something like that. That's really tragic. Because in public, you have to put on a perfect face, and then in private, they have no practice. And so people think they are one way, but actually no, they're living a life of quiet desperation. Day by day losing their grip as things become more and more disappointing, especially the older you get. Man, there's a reason why the Buddhists are always talking about old age, sickness, and death, like those charming aspects of life, because they're big parts of life, aren't they? How many people are sick right now? Raise your hands. Oh, look at that. And half the people that haven't raised their hands are probably mentally sick on some level. But they're in denial, so is that a sickness? Some people would say so. So sickness can be thought physically and mentally. How many of you thought about something terrible in the last 24 hours? How many of you have gotten sick thinking about terrible things, even though you don't have to? Look at that sea of hands out there. People are dying right now because of that. Snuffing themselves out by the millions. So that's the other thing. This practice, it's an individual practice. Just because there's a commonality with mankind does not mean that you need to be a part of some group or another. If you put in the good work, you will automatically belong to a community of supernormal practitioners, and you will have the benefits, the direct benefits of that. That is the promise of good religion, of good insight, of good practice, which is not comfortable practice. We're talking about difficult Dhutanga practice, firming practice, challenging practice, provoking practice, because we want this stuff out. We will stick, if we feel that our stomach is swelling up, we get that hungry ghost feel, we will stick a finger, the equivalent of a finger, down our throats to induce the vomit, because we know already what we're dealing with. But sometimes that's not enough. It takes time on top of that. We're talking about things that don't have rational location. But of course, the longer you go on with your practice, the more repetitive it is, the more you'll get into the habit, and the easier it will become. Little bubbles will just bubble up from time to time. But nothing major, nothing like the first couple of purges. So no, you are not your defilements. They're not yours, and you are not they. Have no fear cleaning out your hearts and minds and getting in a good practice of doing that on a regular basis. The topic came up again about the individual versus the group, and what if a group hates an individual? And then you can question that, like, well, why do they hate? You can get into their mindset. If you really can get into their moccasins, the critic, also the inner critic, how are they seeing things? And is it legitimate? For example, breaking a social norm is not skillful in any society of any nation on this planet. So if you're doing something socially inappropriate and people find that disturbing, guess who's the problem? It's not society or its norms, it's your disregard of them. Whether it be on an individual or a group level, a level of a group that says it's okay to disparage people in their own countries or disparage prevailing social norm. But again, what's prevailing? There's a certain amount of vulgarity that if it's prevailing shouldn't pervade in your interactions, even if it happens to be with a vulgar person, which is just to say a common person. Garden variety person, not negatively biased. But some might be less than even that. There's a fair distribution in this dimension, and yet, how do we see that with our new attitudinals, our affirmative, courageous attitudinal? Well, these are provocations. This is the gym. The gym appeared out of the ground, and it's a free sparring session with a lightning bolt of negativity or challenge or a joke, appearance of seriousness but actually not, or looks to be not serious but is, where appearances deceive, emotions get released that may or may not be unwise. What a test of the practice. Yeah, that's the martial art of the mind. You're going to get jumped. But that black belt, how good is it? Because you might have studied 10 techniques, but forget them all, except one. Maybe it's enough. Maybe it's 3 that does it. And the 3, you didn't choose them. You chose. The opponent chose what way he was going to come at you. You just chose, or you didn't think. You just reacted in such a way that you were not injured. It missed you. It's always best to miss a punch. It's also the same with bad thoughts. It's great to miss a bad thought and a bad word. A bad word just whoosh, floats on by. 5 seconds later, what's that sound? Just the wind. So it's a decision to have abrasive relationships with society at large, or not. You can see the good things and gravitate towards them, or not. You can appreciate the good things, be grateful for the good things, or not. You can awfulize the bad things and overfocus on them, or not. Every time has great opportunities and great dangers. And these dangers and opportunities change according to randomness and forms and conditions. An earthquake in the Pacific triggers a cascading series of events that caused us to meet by chance in some location on this globe. Even if it's in the ether. So yeah, individual and group, have respect for the ancestors of the people in the places that you journey through. And if they do things a certain way, then try to at least not conflict with those ways. That could be misinterpreted as being offensive in some way. But of course, anybody can overdo anything. It's walking around on eggshells for the sensibilities of people that, if they are so sensitive, really aren't being all that fair to themselves. Mostly they're overly sensitive. Then that's their problem. If you have made a conscious effort not to offend people and their sensibilities, then that's really the best you can do. Now, as far as people that the vibe is off on, like, there are certain communities in the world, they would be overjoyed to see me walk through. Overjoyed. Their faces would come out and light up like the moon. And yet there are other places they would find my presence disturbing and intolerable. I look weird. I create certain associations in their minds that might be based on weird news reports that they've read that they believe is true, that was printed up by some operation. And they just don't like the looks of me, or where I came from, or the story I came up with, or they just don't have any reason in the world to like me. In fact, they have 1,000 reasons why they can't stand. You know where I don't want to be? I don't want to be around anything approaching that. And so, in respect to their sensibilities and in respect to the great spaces of this globe that allow us to live in peace, should we so desire it, then if you have to be the party to be the first mover towards peace, then there's really nothing unskillful to be said about that, is there? Because the battles not fought are the battles won. And not looking for fights about materialist parameters is pretty wise. It's been wise at all times. That when they thought seashells was wealth, and you had one greedy, stupid person looking for more seashells, robbing people, then it was maybe more dangerous to have seashells than not to have them. Imagine losing your life for a pile of seashells. And yet, look at what smart morons do. How far away are they from that? But of course, others do things for Zazen. They have their own meaning. They have their own narrative. Now, if it's delusional and beautiful, well, at least it's beautiful on a certain level, unless it becomes offensive, and being delusional is offensive in a way. Throw away the delusional narrative and just leave what's left over, if you can do it. If you can manage enough effort with your scrub brush and soap and water. Because that's the other great thing, is there's so many different ways to approach hindrances. Once you know what you're dealing with, you can start throwing the hindrances for a loop. Instead of trying to attack them head on, you come from an angle. Because you've been bashing your head up against those rocks, you know what rocks you're dealing with. And then, hey, wait a second, I can get past this by just boop. Hit this button and the doors open. You can walk straight into the time machine. And you don't have to go anywhere. You can, and then the time machine expands into an infinite space full of magnificent stars. Which is not far from reality if you can just take the time to experience that instead of all of the other aggravations that would pervade your mind if you did not engage in purification processes. So the next level of this method is identifying all of these disturbing things, but the next level is implanting positive things, positive self-talk, positive affirmations, injecting some of those into the subconscious as a replacement to the bad things. And it likes to have something. It's a replacement. So just imagine you had a wheel that was half broken and it was going do-do, do-do, do-do. But you went down, then you replaced it. That means you removed the broken and trash parts. But you didn't just leave nothing, you replaced it with one that glides on these perfectly smooth ball bearings. That light machine oil, perfectly milled with perfect titanium parts, perfectly purified, redesigned, recast, replaced. And then you spin that, and then that is there. That mantra is there, that positive affirmation is there. And that's then feeding into the vitality of your life. That's adding, it's boosting all the pure, positive vitalities emanating from a place that was before diminishing, shrinking, attacking, biting, itching, annoying. So you were running from that. But having faced that, accepted that, had compassion for that, and then removing the things like, oh, I see what's bothering you here. It's like you pull it off and then it burns. The whole defilement just burns and disappears. And then, oh, I see this is what's been driving you nuts. Look, it's okay. I took care of it. I see things differently now. So look, I'm taking this away, and then poof, it disappears. And then you pet it a little bit, like, calm down there, buddy. We're heading towards better times. Oh, here, think about this instead. And you give them like a nice meaty bone. It has a lot of vitamins in it. And then you pet them again and say, hey, look, I'll come back and check on you from time to time. Just relax. You're doing great, great. You're an excellent animal. And all's forgiven. You were barking like crazy and snapping. I finally figured out why. And just like with crocodiles, there was a story. A guy out there, he befriended a crocodile that was sick. He nursed it back and then kept it as a pet. They developed a very good working relationship. They would go swimming in the lake, and it would roll, and he could pet its stomach. It was fully domesticated. And they were having a great time. The alligator would maybe it was a crocodile, it would swim off, and then like a month later or something, swim back, and then walk right up to the house, knock on the door. So what a beneficial relationship. Yeah, so your id, you think your id is disgusting and stupid and you're hostile, you don't like it, you run away. Well, if you flip that and invest in the relationship and then give it something good to chew on and eat, you can have a fun relationship with it. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. The id, if it's in a good mood and it's sending you that vital energy from the depths, that's an amazing source of vitality that can keep you alive through some hard times, instead of the opposite of that. It requiring constant attention, a constant source of being undermining everything you do, self-sabotaging everything you do. Then it becoming a blame game. Well, you did that. Well, you or me. You say, well, who are you? Well, this is this crazy id that's full of cravings and ill will, anger of all kinds for all different types of things. So these karmic imprints are just that much deeper. And so, yeah, it's not always easy to extract them. You just have to wait. You gotta put yourself through austerities, yogic positions, breathing. And put yourself in the right mind state. It's going to be some dysregulation, yeah. It's just like during an operation, those bubbles are going to bubble up and they're going to pop, and things can get messy or not. If it is, that's it. This is like a form of induced sickness or psychosis, you could say, or dysregulation. Just to let all these crazy things, let the damn dog bark itself out. You just say, look, I'm sitting here in the corner, I'm listening. You're angry about this? Okay, I'm listening. You're right, yeah, you can agree. Really, you people out there, man, I complain about my life. There are people out there, they have been through the ring-ding-a-linger. So do keep that in mind. We often scale our problems to be enormous, to fill up the space, the void. But do consider that your problems are probably not problems at all compared to real problems that are happening every day, everywhere, all the time, and could happen to you next. Who's that at the door? Oh, did you hear that? Open it up. Who's standing there? In a black gown, skull, and a sickle. Time's up. Practice or no practice. You're a monkey mind right now. You thought practice was not important, so this is the end of the line. Where are you going now? What do the smart materialists say? Something materialistic, something devoid of meaning. Something reassuring for brutish people? Or do they not need any reassurance? Is their ego strong enough to keep them encapsulated in front of all cosmic questions? So respect all peoples and societies and forms and conditions, and be wise. Don't be amongst people that despise you. And yet don't expect to be loved by people at all. It is better for you to love other people. That is generosity, and that comes from abundance, and that comes from a fundamentally healed, healthy, congruent, holistic person that has integrated all of their experiences, has taken it on the nose, has accepted it, and has come out the other end healed, reinvigorated, and in fact much more skillful than when one began the nearly impossible journey into the underworld. Before going through the volcanic process, ground up and smashed in pulverized ash all of the impurities so that one could rise like the peregrine falcon. Although one could say that I both respect and admire Jung, he certainly didn't get everything right, did he? I mean, here is basically a guy that was really trying really hard to stay in abiding by upper middle class norms. I mean, that was like the biggest deal of his life, is going through personal crisis while maintaining a veneer of respectability. So although his insights are undoubtedly profound, his criticisms of other people are to be seen in the light of his own limitation, which certainly weren't limitless. In fact, they were sort of crooked. If anybody knows people that are trying to stay in the upper middle class respectability zone, they're not really all that respectable, are they? there's a sort of a basic dishonesty there that I do think was the market that Jung was servicing too. So he considered that to be healing, but maybe it really wasn't far enough than just some type of happy normalization for an individual. That's nothing compared to social trends. Now, his concept of a collective unconscious is interesting. It's just his personal applications of that principle in his time, in retrospect, can be seen to be flawed and limited. As well as he himself, his biography is also flawed and limited. Now, understandably, people that are healed by people, they have that. For them, their healers are beyond reproach. And for that reason, he gained perhaps more esteem than a mortal should deserve. And especially regarding religions and whatnot, some of his takes on ancient religions could be considered disparaging in light of new evidences that have come to light since the advent of the internet and quantum leaps in our understandings of ancient cultures, languages, our exposure to those languages, the searchability of those languages. Just these tools alone were inconceivable in the time of Jung. So he is a milestone, but if his thinking doesn't appear to be anachronistic to you, then you probably aren't a modern person in the sense that one should consider someone modern that has been exposed to a plethora of different voices that are just so resoundingly intelligent, so incisive, so clarifying, so uplifting, so liberating. Such as the Tripitaka in a reliable translation that is not just technically correct, but has poetical flair to it in the right places where it should be to convey the vitality of the message of the greatest teacher Western civilization, nay, perhaps world civilization, has ever experienced on this planet that we have somewhat reliably recorded. And yet look how delicate and dangerous and mysterious that journey over the last 2,500 years has been. What an amazing journey that wisdom has taken to finally mature into the new form of new understanding, to form a basis of a true Western spirituality that is not at odds at all with Christianity. It's the same thing, at least the good parts of it, as seen through the geopolitical lens of ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Roman Empire at that time. We're talking about massive socio-cultural, economic distortions. Just massive, unbelievable genocidal forces beyond all comprehension of today's Padugina. that went into that sausage factory of theological pronouncements. Some of them very good, some of them not so good, some of them up for debate, even to debate today. Who knows what Party A says doesn't need to be what Party C says, because Party C is still in the flat Earth category, and so their God told them that, and so nothing you say to them is going to dissuade them from that. It's just not happening. Not today. Not the way they've been drilled, like some combat team of sappers or some basketball team or what? How are people drilled these days? Where's the drill? Fire drill in history. The water hoses, get them out. Who wants it sprayed this way? Who wants the orange dye added to the punch? So yeah, people's minds have been disformed based on the disinformation that they were spoon-fed as little toddlers. And all of the poisons and cancers that developed on the basis of that, they're riddled with it. They're just a series of tumors connected intervascularly based on misinformation. They told good people that we were the bad guys. And this is the result. So, si bono on that one. It should be easy to add up the numbers on greedy people at this time. The most greedy, I would suppose, at least in a materialistic sense, would be the most culpable. But then again, how do you define material wealth? There would have to be a whole new definition of it created to address the massive geopolitical problem that we're confronted with in confronting people that have completely lost the script as far as who the economy is for and who it isn't and why. And it's just the problem of bandits with their tactical ingenuity that if they just don't have a strategy to match it, that at some point they're going to reach incongruence with the people they're predating on, which leads to a reaction, which leads to a reformation of all institutions based on ethics and clarity. So look, this is something we all pay into, and these are the distributors of that, but the general idea is to improve the franchise and not to rip it off or be diametrically opposed to it on any matter, including culture. How did our ancestors live? If they're against that, what does that make them? They're just radical with new ideas, that, or maybe they're just cultural vandals. And what then? People that will persistently attack you on basic cultural values. Are those good people, do you think? What makes them good? What version of their story do you believe to make them look good to you? Because whatever flavor of that nonsense, you should disavow it, right? If you're stuck on Prozac and thinking like a Looney Tune, then maybe you should stop the Prozac and stop thinking like a Looney Tune too. Do yourself a favor and everybody else, despite what big business says or said. Because really, at the point big business did that, it became no business. They're dead to rights. Committing massive crimes and So who is responsible for that? Is it the brand? Is it just the people that signed off on it? How far does it go? Like, what's the kill chain? If we're going to talk about things comprehensively. So, and I also want to talk to military people. Look, we see all these damn coups and revolutions going on. Just because they can do that does not mean that they can administer the country better. Okay, so the future is not just, I'm not going to say meatheads, but guys that will knock people's lights out are not necessarily the guys you want deciding all assets, all aspects of civilization, okay? The track record on those dudes doing the right thing isn't all that high. However, dudes that will knock other people's lights out can cooperate with other people that might have other talents, such as social administration, economics, all those, the arts and sciences, like all those humanities, all those other things that, if all parties find a way to work together in a enlightened way, everything's going to be better for everyone, including the guys who knock people's lights out for a living. Okay? And not even that. Zaps them from space. Okay? Whatever it is, they're doing that. They're really talented at what they do. But that does not make for a great administration. That does not make a great civic culture. That does not make for a great economy. And all right, there have been rare personalities that were able to do all things well at once. But you know what would be a lot better is a functional team of people with ethical values and just sound cultural principles that don't lead them off the cliff of radicalism, extremism, antagonism, subversion, infiltrate, all those other hostile things that have typified the 30 years of bandits. Retiring that side of the equation. And just starting over with better people that have better values. And have an idea of a better way of doing things than have been done up until this point, and not feeling bad about that, not feeling guilty about that, not feeling doubt about that, that we can move on despite our past mistakes, which have been beyond all measure in this time. But we now are starting to understand the reasons for that, and plutocracy, unfortunately, has always played a role in the downfall of high cultures. So if they married the money, they married the devil. They're not. How much of a countryman are they? And let's not forget the servants of the devil, who does his little dirty work here, who likes his powers in the 5 sense realms. Who are his steps and fetches, and what do they look like, and how do they act? What do they say, and who do they ally with? And what do they really accomplish in life, and what do they have to show for it, and why? Are they really as talented as they appear? Or are they not doing the Lord's work? Because if that's the case, then, ancient peoples did not consider that to be something that was just sort of whatever type of thing. They knew how dangerous crazy thinking and crazy people could be. And I'm not talking about the people that would censor me, who are out of their minds, or geopolitical adversaries. I'm talking about zealots. that have their own flat earth version of reality that is entirely alternative to the truth, that are willing and able to do anything to you because of the way they think. And then the people teaching them to think that way, because it doesn't really happen without that. But, oh no, don't question their historical understandings, because they're an orthodoxy. Dogmatic authoritarians that really progressive, they say. Yeah, oh right, sure. Does that look progressive to you? Does that smell progressive? Oh my goodness. What is that pile? Is that entrails or... Ugh, it just looks like a bag was opened up. Yeah, that's the type of stuff we're talking about. People with unresolved issues deciding strategic things, but tactically for their own benefit. And encouraged to do that by outsiders of questionable ethics or principles. But if it makes fast money for somebody, it's got to be right, I guess, until they start getting their operation shut down all over the place. Like some supermarket chain that has poison milk in it, and then you just send out like the 30 companies still cooperating with authoritarian regime that goes out in a bulletin. Don't buy the milk. It's poison. Are they still rich? Who gets to get the responsibility? Who gets to get the blame for that one? Could it be a smart moron and just the patsy, or maybe the people? Who put them up to it? It's got to be a bunch of people. Any institution, any company, anybody associated with any of these companies. That's got to be the worst thing you could ever do, attacking Western culture. Worst thing. Filthiest thing you could be involved with. So how much did they have to overlook to take that money, and then how much of the public value their non-contributions to this realm in the form of, how about a sentence, a minimum 3 years in prison for being involved in any type of operation like that? Down to the cleaning staff. Something like that. Anybody that had a contract. How far do we want to share the blame? Or do they want to just keep that one stooge at the top, be the fall guy for them? Is that right? Is that how they're going to try to play off? How many millions now? 300 million people? Or is it just random people, no papers, amigo type situation? I mean, this is science fiction at this point. It's beyond disbelief. So what's going to happen to them? God, who knows? I mean, how long can you dance on thin ice before the whole thing caves in on you? But they'll do it. Look, people, these are people, they're living risky lives, for sure. Putting themselves in the cameras for some of the worst shakedown operations the West has ever seen. Put their photos up. Going in legacy that way. Oh, wow. They've taken shamelessness to an incomprehensible level by any normal standards. But no, today they've redefined normal. So their new normal, yeah, it's shamelessness, which isn't all that new, is it? It's sort of old trick. When you see it, what do you think when you see it? Is it a good thing, or Not to say that you should go looking for it, which I advise against. Avert your eyes from shamelessness. But still, you're a policymaker and have uh, a bunch of shameless non-accomplishments associated with your entire organization going on years now. Why won't you just walk away? How much more damage do you have to do before you feel like you've done enough? What is your internal motivations if it's not to bring the world good things? Is it to waste everyone's time? What is the point? I do think the public needs to question its relationship with its elected officials on a fundamental basis. Is it really, are they benefiting you or not? Who are these people, right? Are they two-dimensional? Why don't you do a little bit more research? Especially when they're not delivering and have nothing but nonsense and astroturf. Because that's what a democracy would do, or did in the past, the one you claim is still around, because I haven't really seen it, except for people that are doing it for their own free will, out of their own sense of civic responsibility. That's the only damn people I see doing that. Isn't that a surprise? Anybody out there surprised? Let me look in the back. Any of those faces you surprised to hear that? Look at that. That's that silent shake of the head. No words needed. It's like it's a trance. It's a silent communication. No words needed for those who can see it. It's important to realize when you may be dealing with a sadist or a sadistic system, of which in post-modernity it looks like that's going to be a trend until the wheels fall off. So we don't know. That could be another couple of years. But we do know that sadistic systems are dependent on sadistic people. So we should get into the mindset of the sadist a little bit more. And when you are encountering sadistic situations, try to look at it in a depersonalized way. Like, this is how they're trying to mess up your day. Okay? This is just, here they are. Like, you needed 2 tokens, and they only gave you 1, and then they told you there was like a reason why they couldn't give you the other one. Just as random as that, just think up some different types of experiments in your mind, like open up alternative realities where you could take the type of personality that's involved in the sadistic act, especially courts or, judges, lawyers, politicians, parliamentarians, the people that bribe them, and then the rotten eggheads behind them. And you could just think up little different stories going all in parallel, where they're running around trying to pretend that they're beyond reproach on an ethical, philosophical, cultural level, authoritarian level type thing. So that's their game. That's what they have, and that's their ace. They have a couple of aces, and coming up with bad legislation and being in a position to win court cases because of other factors than straightforward ones gives them a little advantage. But with that advantage, they also lose credibility, don't they? Especially if they're the one doing you over. It might be that society never gets to learn how they screwed you. But You certainly do know that they did, and how. So that was the experience that you needed to experience. That was your destiny in a way. And in a way, you might be culpable. Don't let yourself off the hook too easily. If you got into the clutches of a sadist, there was probably some causality involved in that where you were not perfectly innocent. See, the ego likes, whenever somebody gets insulted, especially if somebody is like a prideful person, a vain person, egotistical person, as Westerners are apt to be by default on the basis of their bad conditioning at this time, like this competitive conditioning as well. That makes for a lot of adversarial relationships. And if you're that way, forgive yourself and stop being that way. Right? Catch yourself being that way and drop being that way. Adopt a different way of looking at things. The non-critical way, the accepting way, the well-wishing way. No anger, no ill will at all for any reason. Including bad people. So let's take them at face value. Yeah, these are bad people, so let's look at them closely. How do they look like? How goofy do they really look? How goofy do they act? What goofy things do they say? Try to be as accurate as possible, because if you are dealing with a sadist or sadistic situation and you know it, then it's pretty cool, these little details. And they could be funny too. On some way, like you're in on an inside joke, it's a little bit humorous. That they are maybe dressed up in an odd uniform with a lapel. And maybe a pencil mustache, who knows? It's going to be different in your case. And then you realize, okay, this is the dimension of life. Life is not perfect, and there is a gigaton of sadism in distribution in this pre-war period, as the lights ebb on the 30 years of bandits. Megatons of it in circulation. So the chances of you bumping into it in some way, thinking you were going to come through unscathed, might have been a strange notion to have. It's like, I'm going to go out in the rain and a drop's not going to touch me. That's one of the equivalents that are equally as foolish. But this is how we think. We have childish minds. We start as infants. We have infantile predilections such as narcissism. Then we're childish. We're children, right? And then ding dong, we're adults. All that was put behind us just because our body got bigger. We don't think that way anymore. We don't do bad things. Well, no, of course we do. But nobody, by golly, is going to tell me what to do. I don't got any parents anymore, so... And they're not going to make any mistakes thinking that way. Of course they are. And it's not just that they're not good people, because they're not. It's about life experience. So a lot of the things you went through, you absolutely did have to go through them. Stop trying to tell yourself otherwise. There was a fatalistic aspect to all negative experiences. And again, see your side of it. How did you let it happen? How did you let that insanity into your life? How did you do it? What were the reasons? What was your logic? Where were you at? What location? What vulnerability of mind were you in? Where was your mind? Try to go back and put yourself into your own moccasins to get an understanding of how delusional you were under those circumstances, not to consider how vitally aggravating. Should I say vitally aggravating? How disastrously aggravating a lot of these extremely little stupid things can turn out to be. And then look at the littleness, the stupidity of this littleness and the coincidental factors involved, the randomness involved. And that somehow incrementally accumulated into a sticky ball of nonsense that was so much made the worse because of emotional investments in particular viewpoints, that it was so much more overly charged than it had to be. And yet this was the stupidity of the situation that, in your case, expressed itself in the way that it did in your particular case, and possibly on multiple occasions. But this is where we come back to some practical points. Look, those should also be indicators that you're in an extremely toxic environment. And it's possibly very probable that you would have such an experience that you did under such cultural conditions that are as terrible as they are at this time. And getting worse by the day, by the hour, by the minute. Because it's organized and funded by powerful people that don't like you or your kind or your culture or your country or your economy or your legal system or your politics or anything else they can think up about you that they don't like. So just think of that as well, like the disparity between you well-wishing other people blindly and these other people hating other people blindly that happen to be exactly like you. See, just because we forgive others does not mean that they forgive us. So, whereas we would not act like a retrograde criminal or vandal, they would. And then on top of that, they would feel themselves justified to do so in their delusionality. So let's not forget that that factor is in play. Doesn't matter how enlightened you think you are, we're dealing with people that are crazy. We live in a crazy world with crazy people in it. A lot of these crazy people have authority in this time. And so the type of sadism you will experience has authority to it as well. It's the special flavor kind of right here, right now, based on other wacky suppositions that they have. But this is the grand tapestry of craziness that you're dealing with in your time. It will look exactly the way it does to you, but it's something incomprehensible to somebody from a different time, where sadism would be expressed in different ways by different people on different levels. So it really does depend on how you react to it. I think it's good to recognize it for what it is, to not be delusional in that, and then to separate from it. You know what? You're not a sadist, so let's just see what they're. It's like put them in a little laboratory beaker and watch them squirm around in your vicinity. Take a look at it from a scientifically detached viewpoint. And they're not on your level, right? Their game is to try to talk you into thinking you're on their level. They're not on your level and you're not on their level. To you, to them, you are irredeemable. There is nothing redeemable about you. You're just something that they want to hit. And that something is something they've thought up in their own minds, their own straw man. So you're the variable box that they put you there, and then they treat you like that, like their straw man. And this is engineered to keep places decapitated by plutocrats and criminals and malignant narcissists and whatever other names you want to think of for them at your time in your place. But maybe they're not there. Maybe that's not your story. And yet we come back to this predilection to create stories. Why create these types of stories? We see how they get started. It's the negative attention whore opening. Here we go. See, this is the hammer to the face. That's hard to miss, isn't it? But then you just have to see to yourself, well, how many more hammers to the face do they have, and why should I be sticking around to catch additional ones? Oh, for the really enlightened reasons that they don't deliver either. So, yeah, there's that level to it as well. You try to go at these things with a rational mind, you're never going to get to the answer because the motives for doing it don't have answers that are acceptable. But within the context of power plays, in the devilish 5 cents realm, do things like that appear out of nowhere at different times. Could it happen here, of all places, this sort of pre-hell zone, a purgatory-like dimension at times? Could that not happen here? I have read stories, but now it's happening in real life. Is it real? Oh, well, it is real, but what is it that's paining you? Is it a feeling of a sense of a lack of control? Could that be it? Could it just be normal human reactions to certain conditions that are unappealing? Could that be it? Could it be something as general and random as that? Or are you awfulizing and are you narrating? This is a big deal in my life because I say so, because I think so. Why does it have to be that way? How many people do you not know died in the last 10 minutes? Really important people that you don't know. Why should you care? So why should anybody care about these villains in your life that really aren't villains when compared to other villains people have written about, such as Dickens and others, observers of human nature? Was Fagin a sadist? What do the modern Cocoa Puffs and Cream Puffs and dunderheads of today say about Fagin? Do they identify with him on a certain basic level? I read that book and I found myself going away saying, this man, he's really the good guy. Because it's weird, because sadists come out of films or experiences thinking that. Like, you're not thinking that, they think that. Sort of what makes them them. And you. So they have their advantages. And they got some pretty big disadvantages. It's not really the way to make friends and influence people, is it? But apparently they don't need or want those. They don't really prefer those. They prefer, doing what they do, which is why they do it. So look at that. Another difference between you and them. So I think part of our problem is we identify overly much with people who are sadists. And then we feel like there's some incongruency, but there is one, and it's that they are not on your level, but they do have authority over you, perhaps in one instance or another. But finally, what is it, what does it represent? Well, it represents a suboptimal outcome for something that you could imagine being so much better but isn't. But is that really a talent, or is that just unskillfulness disguising itself as a talent? Here, look at this, imagine. Whatever the devil can make you imagine this wonderful heaven, and then we're going to present you the reality of this reality, that all of that you can desire and imagine is not yours in this life. So how do you feel now? And then he takes off his mask, and look, who are you looking at? Is that Maya again? Or Mara? Who let Mara in again? So also review what type of attachments do you have. Whenever you're feeling an internal suffering, there is some type of attachment involved. Every time. So don't look at the thing that the pain of the suffering. Look at the attachment. And then think to yourself, even your own children do not belong to you. You think they belong to you. They don't. They have their own body. Somebody could kidnap them. You never see them again. They're not yours. How could something that is yours be taken away from you? And this is something many humans don't want to admit. We don't have a lot. We're born with nothing, and when we die, we have nothing. But during life, we think we have something. That's that delusional part again. And on the basis of these delusions, we have these attachments, and these attachments are the things that connect us to suffering. That was my house that burnt down versus that was a house that burnt down. You see how it's completely different. My house, the pain, can you feel the pain, the heat of that pain? My house, I lost. They lost a part of themselves. But just a house burning down, you see how there's no connection to it? It's just a random damn house that you might have just randomly lived in for a random damn amount of time until a random damn lightning bolt came down and there it is. No rhyme or reason to it. A house burnt down. Maybe with some of your things or things that you borrow from time to time from the universe, they might have got burnt up too. But that doesn't mean that the planet has stopped spinning. Tomorrow the sun shall rise as if the house never existed in the first place. And yet it was there, it was experienced, it did have its time, it did have its expiry date. Whether other people wanted to admit it or not, or whether they want to admit that random acts can happen for any reason or not. But the good news is if you can get yourself into that type of philosophical mindset, as a rule, then when you're confronted with what life can throw at you, and man, these screwballs out here are flying. Screwballs, bats, mitts, hats, the whole 9 yards. But when they are thrown, it doesn't faze you as much. And if it does wrestle with you, you wrestle your way out of it. You don't get caught in the clinch and choked out like in the old days. You have 1, 2, 3 moves, you kick out. You hit the dirt, you go face down, you do 28 bows. And you don't look away. If something did bother you, then stick with that. Say, oh, look at this. This is the opportunity. This is the gift that this foolish person or this foolish situation has given to me, is this anger. This is my friend. This is the catalyst for wisdom. So let me apply it to the practice here. Let me get rid of this right now. Let me put down everything and do the 28 bows and get back to you. Let me take 30 minutes right now. Then it's going to be followed by walking, pacing, and breathing. And you're just going to walk away from whatever it was that was bothering you, because you can. That's the technique. It came in with its full judo costume. It had the blue belt on with the patches. And it threw a humdinger for sure. But you also was sort of expecting that, because you're always in the sparring ring. And so that leg, that did hit, but when you just rolled a little bit with it. So it hit only 30% of full strength, which does mean a lot when it goes 12 rounds. But you're going to have fun while you're doing it. You're not, because it's the sparring ring, that's your practice. It's invigorating, but it's not life-threatening. And it's not the lives or the lives to come threatening. It's not. So it's recognizing your humanity. Yeah, these things can be aggravating. Everybody can get aggravated. You can aggravate a saint. You can. So don't ever feel bad about being aggravated, but see it as an opportunity, as a catalyst, as a transformational step-by-step process to free you from whatever is ailing you. Whatever is ailing you, whoever ailed you, whatever attachment it was in your particular case, that you can release that attachment. No thing belongs to you, no one belongs to you, no place belongs to you, no time belongs to you, nothing belongs to you. So see just a waterfall sending down sparkling streams of pure water, purifying you from any thought that anything ever belonged to you. So Westerners, do realize you've been conditioned to be externally validated. That is a horrible, crippling thing to be. Now, of course, if you encapsulate yourself into some type of malignant narcissism and think you're the best and aren't, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about no ego along with that, no self. As close to that as we can get. We know we're talking about an ideal situation, but it's a grayscale, having as little to none of it as possible. And if we have a bout of it, like a bout of stomach pain, and it passes in a couple of days or hours or minutes, then that's just what it's going to take in your case, because that's how a flexible practice works. So the flexible practice is also always about depersonalizing. energy levels. How about this? Anger is an energy. So whatever combination of things or symbols created anger in you, it created that energy. So if you're looking at it on a technical level like that, of just like electricity, then you've sort of been jammed up, haven't you? Because we know that anger is a power that can be used to shut down higher cognitive abilities. You get a boxer angry, he starts throwing wild punches, and then he gets knocked out, type of principle. So what are you getting angry about again, and why, and how can you disconnect that? And is there some type of attachment involved? Take out the attachment part. Find the attachment part. Depersonalize, and then find the attachment. What is the connection to this thing or this perfect outcome to you? And how does the reality differ from that? And perhaps you were delusional about one thing or another, including having that sense of ownership, for example, of something that apparently doesn't belong to you because the outcome wasn't desirable. And in a lot of ways, it was unavoidable, because if it would have been better, it would have been, but it wasn't. So now we're looking at it 2 times, how realistically the thing is. But how realistic are attitudinals to these realistic things, and why are they looking and taking these dramatic takes on these things that we need not be attached to? Because they're really not attached to us, even though people do have strong attachments. You might be strongly attached to your grandmother for good reason. She was there for you all the time. She imparted to you priceless wisdom. But should your grandmother die, what then? Are you attached to your grandmother? Well, that's the pain you're going to feel, and it's normal. That's what human beings do normally. What is not normal is to speed up the detachment process to the here now living reality of detachment that you experience only now. You experience your memory of your grandmother right now, your positive memory, and not that painful attachment that you've now put aside skillfully, because that would be to suffer unnecessarily. And you wouldn't treat an animal that way, so why would you treat yourself that way? You wouldn't take out a leash and hit a dog again and again and again. You wouldn't, so don't do it to yourself. But see, the attachment, it feels so sincere because it is sincere, because we grow attached. We have this bad habit, this sentimentality. It's so sweet sometimes. It tastes sweet, but it's a poison. It poisons people. They become melancholic. That's why they have these attachments to things that have passed away. So that is not skillful. Looking into the past and creating a fantasy and then creating a comparison between a unsatisfactory reality is not skillful. So don't do it. Nothing about that is smart. If you have an inclination to do that, if you can do that really, really well, that's not good. That's like messing yourself up. It's like being able to drink 7 shots in a row real quick. That's not a skill. That's something to avoid. But some people, when they first start off, oh yeah, here, just do this. Oh wow, look at him, everybody. He's one of us. He can drink himself into an early grave faster than any smart person would. What? Who wouldn't even drink a drop of that stuff for good reason. They know why. Because it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. It's not worth whatever little crummy crumb bum society might be in some jute joint at some odd hour. It's not worth that because it doesn't stop there. It's just a really bad habit and it's dangerous. And so even if it's considered socially acceptable and you avoid it, you're doing yourself a favor. A real one. Like a real one. Because we're not as tough as we think. We're so ego-driven, we're competitive, we gotta stop competing. When everybody wins, that's the outcome we want. We want everybody winning. We got enough, we got rice, we got enough over our heads, we got clothes, and we got peace, and that's great. And we wish all living creatures well. Not trying to take over the world, not trying to take anything, just living the 5 precepts. That's all. But not any one of those 5, like all the 5, all the time, or as much as we can bring over time, refining the process, reflecting, improving. We have to allow ourselves that space to develop. Otherwise, we will be overly critical about the practice, or overly expectant, and then overly demanding, and it's not going to come that way. It doesn't come that way. It's gradual practice. It's everyday practice. Every minute, every hour practice. But of course, a lot of people don't have the time, but it's something that grows up over time and has to in order to be effective, in order to meet the challenges that do pop up from time to time skillfully, with detachment, and with a lot of compassion for the other side. Who is the person on the other side? Try to get into their mind space. What are they going through? What decisions have they made? Are they really as bad as you say, or are you awfulizing it? Are they also dumb animals on some level? Could it be some other reason why they feel compelled to do this, which is pretty obviously an embarrassingly dumb thing to do, etc., etc. It could be something like that. It might not be. But what we do have a tendency to do, and please forgive yourself if you're like this, we do like to find some damn problem and really drive ourselves into the ground about it, instead of letting the damn thing go. We don't need to hold grudges. We don't need to remember things that bother us. We don't. In fact, the sooner we don't bring any type of past into our mind moments, the better. Especially historical debates. You can become wise and gain insight from the past. But if you get worked up about it in any way, if it manifests ill will, then it's counterproductive. It's against the Buddhist teachings, right there. But on the other hand, you can't just sanitize things and fake the whatever facts that scientists can ascertain to the best of their abilities for political reasons or any other damn reason. But that's an ethical standard that can get challenged by politics, i.e. people that feel like they need to control everything in order to exist politically. But that is, of course, a whole different direction, which is a worldly direction, which one can decide to take or also decide not to take. Instead of going into the city, going out of the city. Instead of going towards trouble, leaving trouble behind. That type of mentality. But that's not to say there won't be troubles or different type of troubles ahead, because that is a given in this dimension, isn't it? If you don't not have that expectation, if you're able to challenge your comfort zone to the point where you could trust yourself enough to meet whatever those challenges might be day to day, then that's the type of living, lived confidence that one can reasonably have, because one has reasonably established the reality of that new reality, which is to manifest that reality by having that attitudinal as the default. Because it is there, you have made progress. You are a better player than just 3 months ago. My goodness. The more you practice, you can move at warp speed. Three months of straight practice, that can take you far. But then 3 years, 6 years, 9 years, something like that, that will take you very far as well. Now, some say there might be diminishing returns, but diminishing returns on an optimal situation is still good enough, isn't it? But getting there isn't always easy in a labyrinth or labyrinthine modern world that isn't all that it appears to be or claims to be. Such are the appearances, the worldly apparitions of the 5 sense realms.